Okay, thanks. Okay, we'll go ahead and start the meeting. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Welcome to 2023. I guess we'll get used to saying that. John McCamish emailed me and said he couldn't make it to this meeting or any of the subsequent meetings because of a change in the scheduling at the training center. He doesn't have anybody to cover for him. So unless they solve that problem, they're going to have to make do without him. I think we'll start the meeting by going through the review matrix, which you all have a copy of, and look at a few of the items that were tabled or left unresolved. And the first one is item 13, which is the changes that we made to the reconditioning and servicing activities. And we have this document that I circulated last time and asked everybody at the end of the meeting. We decided that we would give folks a chance to review it and see if they had any other comments. And if there are any, then I'd like to open the discussion of those now. If there are none, then we can just go ahead and adopt it. And we did make one amendment to it. I don't know. We don't even have any way to put anything up on the screen at this point.
I think we do now. I think we're back up.
This thing doesn't work, but this thing does. This document, this reconditioned equipment. Do you all have it? Everybody on the committee have it? Anybody on the committee not have it? Okay, so we were going to make one change to it. That was in 110.20 in the second sentence where it says that are either approved by the original equipment manufacturer or that are designed by engineer experienced in the design of replacement parts of the type of equipment being reconditioned. We were going to add supervising electrician after equipment manufacturer. So because supervising electrician has that engineering authority. I don't know if that got captured by you guys or not.
Or is it a meeting?
Okay, it was up there, now it's gone. Or can you put it back up?
Oh,
We just saw it for a second.
yeah, I think I'm funny.
Yeah, she's got it in there. Yeah, okay, good. Is there any discussion of this? Do you want to be able to read that perfectly well? It's not quite all visible on the screen because of the Zoom piece is in the way.
Even more?
There you go. No, not quite. I guess that is all. Okay. So the attempt was to sort of take the current code language, the 2023 version, and modify it so that it is essentially the same as what we had in the last cycle, which I think has worked well. Keith has told me.
So to be clear, I think I'm making a motion to adopt the language as shown on the screen to amend the code and insert this language in the OESC, correct?
Yes, we're amending 110.20 and we're amending the definition of servicing and we're amending 110.17.
That's my motion.
Okay, any discussion? Everybody ready? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, then the next one that I had was on item 113. wasn't sure if I had this right or not, but didn't quite understand the comment that's in the new matrix. It said approve with delete of amendment number 3, change not made to colon 34. I don't know what that means. But maybe Laura knows.
Yeah, I just didn't, I don't think I understood
Hang on a
the
second,
edit.
Laura, I gotta turn the volume up.
So I don't think I understood the edits.
Say again, Laura.
I don't think I understood the edits.
Say that again. Sorry, I was echoing.
Okay. I just didn't understand the edits that were voted.
Through the chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that was that. So it's line item 113 was our Oregon amendment for the grounded conductor to be run with service equipment. Anyway, we opened that up and then voted to remove the amendment to line back up with the NEC. So
Okay.
we felt that was a carryover from when we continued the 3-wire. And so we don't have that any longer. So we removed it.
That's okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I had written on my notes, that we would be leading it. So, okay, so that's just a clerical thing. The next one I have is 230.91.
Have no action.
So we have a note here that says not adopted into the model code. And I couldn't read my own writing, so I wasn't sure what my notes meant.
I had no action, Mr. Chair. Like, we didn't need to do anything with it. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't even sure why this was on the agenda, because there was no change in the model code.
Correct.
Yeah, and so now what the matrix says is not adopted in model code, which that's not correct. What it should say is no, there were no changes in the model code. Because we are adopting, I believe. Oh, it's just the rule that says that the disconnect has to be in the service equipment. Been around for a long time. So I think just the matrix is just not correct. Then 137. Let's see, I didn't think I had access at the time to what we actually did.
that's the one where we're going to add the note about the permit holder not required.
What does it say in the table 1? Okay. Is this the right one? Okay. I think that's right. Yeah, so we added in the table 1E that you got for today, if you can figure out which one it is. I can't figure out mine is, but- So, let's see, it's stapled to the agenda. Okay. So in that one, yeah, we added it's a 240.6D2. We added a section C, the permit holder is not required to demonstrate compliance with this. This is the cyber security stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's okay, then. 240.24E. We modified it. I think I just want to make sure that the way we are modifying it is what we wanted. This is the, okay, so there's a typo in the table 1E. It's listed as 220.24E, but it should be 240, right? Yep. This is saying overcurrent protection devices can't be located in bathrooms. And we deleted the shower facilities, locker rooms, the shower facilities, and we added indwelling units, dormitories, or the blue is what we've added, right? Yeah. We added indwelling units, dormitory units, and guest rooms or guest suites, so we must have changed the part of the code. I'm guessing. So we're getting what we get in the table 1E is what we did. So we limited it to just resident, just these dwelling unit type of occupancies, not commercial buildings.
Yeah.
In the model code, it's all bathrooms. What we did in the last meeting is we added in dwelling units, dormitory units, and guest rooms or guest suites. Overcurrent devices shall not be located in bathrooms. And then we deleted the showering facilities or locker room for showering. Yeah, I think that is correct. Okay, and then item 170 is the we added a section for remote control signaling or signaling classification. Oh, this is a. Oh, the TIA. Okay, sorry, that's why we're doing this. Right. Okay, so you guys all got copies of that TIA that looked like it was probably going to be accepted. That kind of significantly revised 300.26 into because they've changed some of the terminology. And then they added a whole bunch of new language, which not being on this code panel, I don't know what to say about this other than, I guess if the TIA is adopted, we want to adopt it. That's why I brought it to your attention. It looked like it was a pretty significant change. And I'm not sure that it's I think it's really about restructuring the code, not about any technical changes, the way I read it. So, yes.
I'm new, so I apologize for just interrupting.
Come to the table and state your name for the record.
I'm on panel 3, and that's all it was, exactly what you said.
Okay, you need to speak to turn on the mic and speak into the mic so people can hear you. Just state your name for the record.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Don Iverson with Schneider Square D. Yes, I'm on panel 3 principal. That's all that really was. It just it was because of all that change that occurred on panel 3 regarding 722 class 4 power, and it kind of spilled over into here. So that's all that really is.
Just fixing some stuff.
Fixing some stuff in there. Down towards the end, for those who are on code panels, I have a couple of really phrases in front of me. Understand, like when you get it done, you think you got it all right. Yeah. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh,
Yeah.
You know, especially the changes we had there in panel 3. But anyway, that's all it is. That's all. Thank you.
Good, thank you. So I don't think we need to do anything. I just wanted everybody to be aware that what we're adopting is probably not actually what is going to be the NEC.
Did you accept this?
We
did.
We did, yeah,
We did.
yeah, we did.
And
And
then,
then I have a note in here about OESC 300.9. Oh, yeah. So we do have a change in the in 300.9 in the OESC, which we did accept. We did accept carrying it forward, but it's not in the matrix, and it wasn't in the. Yeah,
it wasn't in the previous one either, but it is in table 1A.
So I
I'll
think it
add
just
that.
didn't get put in the matrix. And then in 310.20.16, which is an area that we covered, there's another TIA
That
that
is,
is it has to do with these boxes. I haven't seen these things. I don't know if any of you have yet. They're boxes that are kind of recessed in the wall. They just have an opening big enough for the device. And it's a brand new product, and they got. You seen them? Yeah. So there's some concerns about that the code that approving these devices without access to the box behind them is problematic, and so Fred Hartwell submitted this this TIA that adds some language to address those, and I think that I don't know whether that'll pass or not. We don't have anybody from that panel.
You're on
I'm on that committee.
Yeah.
And I wasn't involved in this, this happened after.
Yeah.
Most of our meetings, Fred kind of took this on his own, and he actually went back to the
There we go.
manufacturer of this product, and what they're going to do is address some of these details, because it excluded them from the NEC. It almost wiped out their company, basically, because they're such a niche product.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of product installed, I guess, so they have a lot of field time on it that didn't raise any of these concerns.
Mhm.
And so I think the end result was they were going to modify their installation instructions to address some of the concerns that Fred had on them.
So do you think this TIA is going to get adopted?
No, not the way it was written.
No.
There's going to be some more mods to it.
Okay. So it's
But he did back down as far as that way he didn't exclude that product manufacturer from the market, because essentially the way the code was written was going to wipe them
the
out.
way this TIA was written.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. So this one's still in flux.
correct.
Okay. So stay tuned on that one. Okay. And then oh yes, this one on 362.10, which was the additional uses of the an exception for the use of ENT if it was a building of a approved fire protection system. Is that the right term? So we yeah, there's a new exception that allows ENT to be used above. The exception isn't new, I don't think. Be used above suspended ceilings when the building is protected throughout by an approved automatic fire protective system. And there's an informational note that talks about the installation of sprinkler systems. But the term approved fire protective system is not used in the electrical code. It's not used in any NFPA standard that we could find. It's not in the structural code. I went back and looked at the first revision and second revision, and there were no PIs in Terra. And all I could find was references to sprinkler systems. So don't know how big of a deal this is, but I think if anybody tries to utilize this exception, and particularly if you're an inspector and you try to figure out whether they qualify or not, I don't know what you would do. So, and I did send an email to Jeff Sargent at NFPA and asked him what he thought it meant. He's got kind of the global view, and I sent it to him right before the holidays, never heard back from him. So we don't really know what the panel intended. It's not clear. And if we adopt this, someone tries to use it, I think we're going to have a problem. But we could table it and wait. Here's three options, I guess. We could just not adopt it. We could table it and wait and see if we hear from NFPA anything more useful. Or we could amend it to say an approved fire protective sprinkler system, which is a term that's used in the standards. And I think that's what they mean, but I'm not positive. It could be an approved fire protective signaling system, another real term. But that's more problematic because that could be a full coverage, it could not be full coverage.
Mr. Chair, I'd recommend we just table it until we hear from Jeff.
Okay.
And then if we don't get an answer, I think we go with your option 3 and put verbiage in that still will allow this with what we think.
Just going to add the word sprinkler.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll continue to table that. Does anybody disagree with that? You just make a suggestion, not a motion, but
Yeah.
it's already tabled, so.
Okay.
Okay, that's it. That's all the stuff that I had noted that was still open. Does anybody have anything else? Yeah.
Nathan?
It was
Wait.
the 23062.
Yeah, right. 23062C and also 215. Yeah. And I made a suggestion on that I emailed out to everybody. Copy of it here. Because we don't have it in paper. What you guys thought of that. What you were going to talk about, Keith?
Well, I was going to bring up,
Hang on a second.
I was going to bring up that Damon should have an OSSC definition for the last item about fire protection system. So if we were trying to find a definition, we do have one in the Oregon Structural Specialty Code that could be inserted that, you know, we can actually define. But just wanted to mention that.
So the OESC defines a fire protection system as approved devices, equipment and systems or combination of systems used to detect a fire, activate an alarm, extinguish or control a fire, control or manage smoke and products of a fire or any combination thereof. So that's pretty broad. I don't know if that, but I think let's just wait and see what we hear from Jeff. I think what we're going to hear is that they meant this. So you received my proposed amendments, right?
Yeah.
But they're not in the packet, are they? Do you know?
Oh, they weren't this bad.
They weren't in
I
this-
forgot to bring them.
Okay, do you have them over there?
I don't have the.
Another document?
Talking 23062.
23062C and 21520 or something? It's the thing about the barriers and the problem with this is it, okay. Yeah, is this the only copy of it in the room?
Yeah, that was not.
Okay. A copy over there? Okay, well, I'll just tell you that for 25062C, which is barriers and service equipment such that no uninsulated undergrounded service bus bar or service terminal is exposed to inadvertent contact by persons or maintenance equipment while servicing load terminations with the service disconnect in the open position. There's a word missing. So this was brought forward by Russ. And it sort of ties into our not adopting 23070B, I think it is, is it 71B, the 6 disconnect panels, the prohibition against 6 disconnect panels is that we have equipment that's being sold in the market today. These meter mains that have room for 4 breakers and the 6 disconnect panels that are not manufactured with these barriers. So I proposed an exception that says this section shall not apply to service equipment with more than one service disconnecting means in an enclosure installed in accordance with OESC 23071. I think that captures the problem that you.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And then in 21515, panel 10 decided that because you can have feeder taps that go to main lug panels or main breaker panels. Not sure. Never did understand quite what they were concerned about. Or transformer taps, that you needed to have the barriers required in those panels as well. And what Keith has told me is that he's hearing that the products are not available. I don't know what contractors or inspectors are seeing about that, but if you're even trying to enforce it, we wouldn't be yet because it's 2023. But so I was thinking that maybe we just would not adopt this section until give the industry a chance to catch up a little bit and figure out what the implications really are. I think this is Keith's recommendation and problem with it.
It is.
He's trying to talk.
Oh, I said, yes, this is my recommendation with the availability of equipment to try not to put any more restrictions that could interfere with what's available right now.
Okay. So, any discussion of this idea?
Yes, I don't have an issue with it in the sense that manufacturers are going to see this in the code and start making and producing this equipment with this stuff. And then if we don't adopt it now, it doesn't tie our inspectors' hands. They see this piece of equipment without it right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that there's a possibility that you could transform a secondary certainly, that you could go to a 6 disconnects panel, which would be approved in Oregon, I think, but not elsewhere. And so then that equipment would never be available, and presumably, if the manufacturers decide to manufacture it. And I couldn't figure out with the feeder tap how that could apply. So that's why I wasn't just goes out. I just couldn't quite follow the code trail all the way through this thing and figure out what all the implications of it were. And I remember the discussion in panel 10, and I didn't, I was chairing the meeting, so I didn't really participate in it, but I didn't ever quite understand what the members were concerned about that voted for this. So
are you okay with Keith's recommendation, or do you want your language to go on?
I'm fine with his recommendation.
Motion?
Yeah, I make a motion to adopt Keith's recommendation for 21525, what was it? 21515 and 23062C exception.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we can do both of those in one motion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you for bringing that up. I hadn't forgotten about it. I actually did this. Okay, so now we can go to this matrix. We'll start on 210. Ten 4A. Okay, yeah, this is the column width panel boards, which I've seen. This is a fairly technical modification to 222, 210 4A. I think the reference to 300.3B4 is for the column width panel boards. So it's saying it's providing an exception for that. Other than that, it's just clarifying the language. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of adopting 210 4A into the model code? Aye. Opposed? 210 8A. Now we're starting 210 8. Okay, so you can come and make your pitch on 210.8 in general.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Stone with NEMA. And NEMA submitted separate proposals on all this, the individual GFCI items, because we wanted the committee to consider those separately. But I would like to just make some general statements at the beginning about GFCIs, so I won't have to repeat it with every single proposal. So, GFCIs were introduced to branch circuit wiring in the 1971 NEC, and since their introduction and their expanded use, residential electrocution deaths in the United States have decreased from over 600 per year to less than 200 per year. And I put that info, there's an info sheet at the end of I think it's at the end of every proposal, but I know for sure it's at the end of the first one that I submitted that has that information in there. So that's a considerable decrease in residential electrocution deaths. And the Consumer Product Safety Commission attributes that reduction in electrocution deaths in large part to the introduction of GFCI technology and their expanded use. And generally speaking, the NEC requires GFCI protection in instances where electricity, water, and grounded surfaces are present all at the same time. So if you look through that list in the NEC, when it's required, that's what you'll see. That's why GFCI protection is required. And lastly, just generally speaking, the public relies on us as professional electrical professionals to assure the safe use of electricity through the adoption of safety codes. And I respectfully ask the committee to reconsider your amendments here in Oregon and adopt the model code as written. And all of my submittals are proposing to simply adopt what the model code says. And so having said that, the first proposal was with 210.8A, the scope, and this the scope changed from 15 and 20 amp receptacles on 125 volt circuits to all 125 volt through 250 volt receptacles installed in all the locations where GFCIs are required. And that was the change there, was to expand it to 250 volt receptacles. And again, it's for the This is for protection against electrocution. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Yes,
Thanks, Mr. Stone. So you said receptacles, but it's receptacle outlets.
I'm sorry, receptacle outlets. You are correct. There's a difference. Yes, it's receptacle outlets.
Big difference.
Yes. I should know that I'm on code panel 1, so I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Let's see, there's sort of complicated. There are changes to to 210.8A in the model code that in the matrix, in the table 1E that you got, this one that's on the attached to the agenda, that packet that everybody has. There's you can see the changes to in pink that are in the model code. And then, so I think we have to take, and then we have a bunch of amendments that we've made to it. I'm not sure how the best way through this. Maybe we should just start with the charging statement and work our way down through it and see if we can agree with it. And I don't know why 210.8 is the charging paragraph for the whole section. It's in table 1E, but there are no amendments in it. There are changes in the model code, and it's not in the matrix. So
There used to be edits.
okay.
Hi, this is Laura. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So there used to be edits just where it says in the first sentence, because we did not adopt one of the A through F, it used to say we don't adopt that one. I think it's F.
We modified F to require GFI on the 240 volt on a specific outlet, 50 amps or less.
So I'm just leaving it here to show the changes, that there aren't really any changes in the charging statement.
There is a change in the model code though, which requires that they be listed,
Oh, that's right.
which I think we already took action on that anyway. Okay, so what do you think about this first paragraph of 210.8A limits the requirement to single phase 15 and 20 ampere receptacles installed in the following locations, requiring this as opposed to the 250 volt requirement for receptacle outlets that's in the, no, it's receptacles that are in the model code. This is the change that I think that Mike was just speaking against. Do you want to speak on that? We retain it? Should we go back to the model code?
Go ahead.
I have a real concern here moving forward with 250 outlets. Because it says outlets and not just receptacles. I don't know if most of you got the report on the appliances for the weekend, but we're going to end up with the same problem here, in my opinion, that we did with air conditioners and mini splits. That there are a lot of appliances that are hardwired that are not tested for leakage currents currently. And so we could have a bunch of nuisance tripping. I'm old school. I've been working with the code a long time, and Mr. Stone brought up a valid point. We've always associated PFCIs with electricity and working near water, and this change doesn't attribute that. It doesn't account. It doesn't matter if it's within 6 foot of a sink or not. You have to GFI protect it. I don't necessarily agree with that. I'm really concerned about the nuisance stripping because we don't have appliances being tested to work with.
Why do you say that it says receptacle outlets when it doesn't there? Just for point of reference. If you must, go ahead, Mike.
I just wanted to make. Mike Stone with NEMA, just a quick comment. 210.8A says receptacles, but if you go to 210.8F, it says outlets. So I'm not sure if that's where the confusion is arising or not, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah. All outdoor outlets. Lights. Any comments? Other discussion? It's fairly significant.
Yeah, through the chair, Nathan.
Oh, okay, second.
Go ahead, Keith.
Okay, so this one section at 210.8, we've modified it for a number of codes to what we felt the needs that Oregon had, to meet a certain level of protection. We're all in agreement, we're trying to provide as much safety, as we can to be, provide reasonable protection for people using buildings. What we have done here has worked very well in Oregon this last cycle. I know that there has been multiple issues with nuisance tripping in other states, and that it's hard to pick just one section on this because it all ties together. So we actually have an exception in 210. It looks like it's in F, 210.8F. We go to, talks about boathouses and then goes on down. It says GFI protection shall not be required for listed HVAC equipment. This exception shall expire September 1st, 2026. And reading the research on that, I believe they put that in as a TIA because there were so many issues with the equipment that's being GFI'd was not compatible with GFI equipment. And so they put this in here. I'm not sure what we provide by GFIing the air conditioning unit or, the dryer or, that type of thing. We even had to write a temporary in 625 because the EV chargers were required to be, the outlets were required to be GFI protected. The manufacturer didn't recommend it and it didn't work. They wouldn't hold. So again, I think that for Oregon, we've got this thing pretty well nailed, over, like I said, several code cycles that it works well. And I would recommend, leaving it as close to what we have as possible until there's a point where they can get these things dialed in a little better where they work, with the other equipment, if you choose, to move forward that way.
Thank you, Keith. Mark Griswold. The other issue is typically these 50 amp receptacles at 240 volt are, especially on residential, are for RVs. And most of the RVs, the ones that require this, already have their GFI protection built into the system. So we end up having a conflict and an issue with redundant tripping. And so it becomes more of a nuisance than actually solving the problem. So I think there was an exception in the code as far as just eliminating that on the residential end of it. So anyway, thank you.
All right. Hey, good morning, everyone. Again, Don Iverson with Schneider. Being very intricately involved in the 250 volt saga, starting back a year ago. And I look at Mike, when I see this, you saw it all from the very first TIA that came in to 210.8F. And we're the very first one, Schneider, Alan Manchi, raised his hand and said, we need to do something. We identified it. Our company does a lot of work on looking at what's going to work and what's not going to work when a code changes. I mean, to ad nauseum to that point. All right. So we have always been an advocate of 210.8F. As far as the high efficiency mini splits, when that whole debate started. Now, when the debate continued with the single stage type equipment, you know, I can't say the manufacturer's name, but it was only down to one manufacturer that was, or possibly two, that was having an issue out there. And we were sending teams to Minnesota. You saw that documentation, Mike, where, yep, it's the same redundant piece of equipment. And, you know, we saw that, we identified that. And I think the code making process really dealt with it well. I get it, new technology, what have you, the 1 of 26. But as Keith Anderson talked about, we talked about a whole bunch of things here in 210.8A, right? So really to address the A issue, you know, think about all the documentation on panel 2 that was provided from the CPSC as far as electrocutions, children with dryers. The one particular comes to my mind quickly here is the plumber in the Northeast that was killed while working on the dishwasher and made contact with the range. There's all those different things that have happened here where, you know, again, the code-making process dealt with the F. It'd be my suggestion to go ahead and let's open up some 250 volt coverage here. We're not seeing ranges, even though, so, okay. Again, I apologize for me just talking to Mike here. He's heard the discussions, okay? And the reason I gravitate to Mike is he's on panel 2. I don't know how many cycles, a long time. So think about this for a minute. When we had the AHRI with 210.8F, right? We had that whole discussion, went down to the Standards Council and they issued their decision, right? The process worked. We, you know, hey, it is what it is, right? But think about all of a sudden now, all this stuff is spewing around the country from the appliance manufacturers. Oh, we have all these nuisance tripping. Guess what? They saw what happened in 210.8F, and now they're creating all these undocumented situations out there on different appliances. It's already been in the code for 1 year already, right? 2020, right? So don't you guys see this as a maybe smoke in the mirrors here? I mean, people have died from this. So I think that the state should at least consider taking a step forward in some aspect of 250 volt, whether you limit to certain appliance, like say the dryer or what have you, where you had, I don't know how many, at least 10 or 15, maybe even 20 electrocutions on dryers. Kids playing around them. I know I have 3 grandchildren now. Hits home quick, right? So I think the state should take some step forward with 250 volt. You guys are very good at language on how the state makes your amendments separate from the model code. And I think this committee has the ability to come up with some language that's doable for Oregon residents and contractors and everybody involved, inspectors, on let's take a step forward with 250 volt GFCI protection on something. Let it be electric dryers as a starting point. I think it would bode well for the state to at least show that you're making a step forward with something with 250 volt. And if you don't like the idea of the whole 210.8A 250 volt, I think you can write an amendment to include just one product even. So, and to help cut down those electrocutions that are happening around the country. So thank you.
Thank you. Tom?
I think the thing that concerns me is the charging statement the other gentleman, Mr. Stone, brought up was with code panel 2 and GFCIs, it always has been centered around water, electricity and water, and within 6 foot of the sink was what we've always been taught and trained. And I didn't feel comfortable at code panel 2 that we introduced these without a real good substantiation. The substantiation that we've used or we're using, basically one could assume that we should just make everything, absolutely everything GFCI protected. Because yes, it does make it safer, it makes it better, easier to work on, and it protects the consumer. But if that's the road we're going to, then if with 250s, then we should do that with everything. The thing that I recall being told why we GFI protected all the 110 outlets was anybody could take an extension cord and plug it into that plug usefully and take it to the area that they shouldn't have it and drop it in water. We can't do that with 250 volt receptacles. Your range gets plugged in, your dryer gets plugged in, and it stays in its spot. I don't know that I would be absolutely opposed to if the range or dryer was within 6 foot of the sink or water. That makes a little bit more sense to me than the whole receptacle itself. I got this out for the panel back when we adopted this, and I obviously didn't vote for it. But here was CMP2's statement when we adopted 250 volt receptacles. The addition of 250 volt receptacles and removing amperage limitations will provide GFI protection to most receptacles commonly used in the specified areas. These areas have been shown to require GFI protection for receptacles. 250 volt receptacles present similar hazards. The change to include 250 volt receptacles is independent of the action on the rest of 210.8. And I'm embarrassed to say that's our panel statement for substantiation. So anyway.
You're in support of leaving it the way it is.
I'm in support of what the chief was suggesting. Yes, leaving it the way it is.
Hear from some other panel members.
Oh, sorry about that, through the chair. So I have two things, and I don't want to sound like I don't care, but so we went over this 3 years ago, and I keep asking, and I don't know that I'm asking the right people. I don't know maybe if I'm not doing the right research, but I keep hearing the same 2 stories of deaths. And so I would personally feel more comfortable if I had some documentation, like say, hey, this happened here, this happened here, this happened here. Nobody's shown me that. Now maybe it's here and I'm not seeing it, but so I kind of feel like with that smoke and mirrors thing, where the manufacturer saying I kind of feel that's how it's going. Hey, there's electrocutions, there's deaths. And I know 3 years ago, we kind of got that, like what we did almost, I felt like we were being told, well, we don't care about kids and people that are working on this stuff. And I care very much about all those things. I have grandkids. And so, but before I would be willing to push something, I would really like to see some documentation that says, hey, this will stop this. The other thing is, I don't know, does anybody have any of these?
Interrupt you for just 1 second. You're on panel 2.
Mhm.
Did you see that documentation?
We, I'm sorry, your name again? Don indicated we did have 2 instances where we had an outdoor air conditioner that shocked someone, and I believe it was a dryer.
Okay.
The outside air conditioner was miswired, so there's no, in my mind, we're not sure that a GFCI would have prevented it from doing it, and I don't recall the instance.
Okay, and then my next thing would be, does anybody have access to these GFCI breakers right now? That seems to be kind of a shortage of those to me, for us, where I'm at. But I don't know that if all of a sudden we had to start putting these in, are they even readily available right now? But so those are my 2 concerns over the 250 the volt thing. I've never personally ran into any issues other than completely miswired. I have not yet seen anything where we've never had a service call or anything where somebody's, we went there and go, oh, well, if this GFI would have caused, fixed this problem or stopped this problem from happening. I haven't seen that yet, but so I would love to see documentation to show me that.
Okay, go ahead, you can.
So actually, to answer your question, you can go to the CPSC's website and you can find this information. And I have a document here right off the CPSC website. Now, I quickly looked up and I didn't do all my digging for the other type of appliances, but here's just for electrocutions and air conditioning units. I mean, here's a list of 30 on the CPSC's website. Think about that for a minute. So there's other ones similar. You can go in there and find ranges and dryers and things like that. And it's listed by the CPSC, not listed by the home builders, not listed by of course, the appliance manufacturers don't want to list that on their website, right? But right on the CPSC website, this is an example. Here's all the desks with air conditioning. So where it shows, right, it says like where it was a male or a female victim. Amazingly enough, there are technicians that were killed on it. The guys that are supposed to be trained, right, to work on air conditioning units. They have them listed what state they're in, when it happened, and what have you. So there's documentation out there. And all I'm advocating for is to have the state just take one step forward on something.
Back
All right.
over
Thanks, Nick.
about availability of product.
On availability of product. So let me just give you the quick and dirty, and don't take this wrong in the state. So we are manufacturing. We have built several new plants in the United States because we've learned some lessons from COVID, right? I think this country has learned a lot of lessons from COVID. And one of them is, and then you get into the whole idea of supply and demand issues because of COVID. So we're building more product than we have ever built. Now, if a state has, okay, so how do I put this? So if a state has it adopted and there's a demand in that state, you're going to get that product. Get what I mean? So if you're not having a lot of 250 volt GFCI requests to the suppliers, I'm only speaking of Schneider. I'm not talking about the other manufacturers. More than likely, you are going to get that product shipped to you because there's actually a need for it to put on the shelves. So we don't slow down the construction, right? So, I mean, I don't know if that completely answers your question, but you can go online and find them in the box stores and what have you. You'll see them on the shelves. Now, a year ago, there was a struggle more with that, but they're out there, they're available.
Okay, thanks.
So, all right.
We are still, I don't think it's an extreme issue with supply of them, but we are seeing, we can't get hot tub disconnects or GFIs here and there. And because of the demand for them, the prices shot up on them quite a bit too, so.
Nathan?
Yeah.
Through the chair. So the ones that I'm familiar with, the accidents that we talked about the last time around was pretty much the dryer and the little girl that got behind the dryer with her kitten and was electrocuted. And this situation in the article I read had stated that this had been this way for 15 months. It was a rental, had been reported, and pretty much ignored. And I'm not sure a new requirement today to require that GFI be required on all the dryers would have prevented this. The other one was the same way, the miswired AC unit. So also remember, even if we did say, okay, 250 volt air conditioner or HVAC, that isn't going to be required until 2026 because of the exception. So even if we adopted that for HVAC today, it wouldn't be required because of the exception on that. So, and that was again due to the problems that had been encountered, with products not functioning or the nuisance tripping. So, again, what we've done here, I know when I started this, the GFIs were created, for the bathtubs and kids pulling hair dryers and radios and stuff in. And I think it's made a huge difference in that type of installation. I personally have known a couple people that have lost children in that type of situation. So I know that is a real thing. And I believe that the original creation of GFIs, it took care of that. It was needed. I'm not quite following why, again, it needs to be on all of the appliances. And we've had the exception that if an appliance is not easily moved, fastened in place, if they put in a single outlet, we've allowed them to not GFI that. And again, that we've had that for years, and again has served Oregon very well. So anyway, that's my observation of it.
Thank you. Steve, what do you think?
I'm with Keith on this a little bit. I've been watching. I know what our guys have encountered out in the field, and it hasn't been anything there. That's not stating anything, outlandish. It's just our one company's experiences. But we have had this in place now for several years, and I do think it seems to work well for our state. And as a side note, I was just looking on Platt's website for like 2-pole 40s, 2-pole 30s, GFI breakers. There are 24 40 amp breakers company-wide in Platt. 3 2-pole 30s, they're THBQs. So I mean, there's a few available, but not enough for the whole state to start installing them.
Have Platt throughout their whole,
Company-wide,
because that's more than Oregon.
more than Oregon. That's correct.
Okay. Russ? What do you think?
Well, I'm kind of on the fence about it. I can see the need for some GFCI protection for areas where there may be water, like where you have a washer and a dryer and maybe a sink next to it, that kind of stuff. I really speak to the availability of it. I don't know of any instances personally where somebody's been shocked or electrocuted off it. But on the other hand, I don't think that maybe we should wait until something happens and then make it, and then it be an issue, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not opposed to bringing forward some sort of 250 volt protection in limited areas, but I'm on the fence either way on it.
Are you, Frank?
To the chair, real quick, I just sent a text out to my supplier. I've had 2-pole 50 amp GFIs breakers on back order since 10/8/21. And I got ahead of it and I bought every one I could find and get my hands on. But I also put in an order at that time, and that's how long I've had those on back order through Platt. So I bought every one I found, every hardware store, everything. So I wouldn't even know how to. I mean, I'd have to maybe they're out there somewhere, but they're definitely not in my area.
Okay. Frank, what do you think?
I think the supply chain issue is going to be a big problem for this, but as Keith stated, the single outlet for dedicated appliances does serve a purpose, and also, in air conditioning units. There's a section in 440.65 also brings in that those specific units have them built into their systems also. So, I personally feel it's
having the dedicated equipment piece with the supply chain issue, the way we had it really serves its purpose at the time.
And just to be clear, we're talking about the charging statement for 210.8A, the 250 volt question. And we'll go through all these individual pieces. Did you want to say anything, Damon? Ryan?
Our company doesn't do a whole lot of residential stuff, but if it is a wet location concern, then maybe 12 indoor damp and wet locations, or laundry rooms that are dryers that are within 6 feet of the sink or a wet area. I could understand that, but as far as GFIing everything, see that need for that.
Jim?
On the fence. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm kind of on the fence also. I see the water issue, something within 6 feet of the laundry sink, possibly. I don't know where you draw the line otherwise.
Is it a quick, a question? So if we went with the 250 volt, just for clarification, with the exception down there of the single circuit, wouldn't that give us the ability to have a range? Because it's a single receptacle, wouldn't that take the range out of it? And because it's a single receptacle, if we left, we'd have to maybe add that line item as far as, or we do have kitchens, whereas kitchen six is on there. So we could still do 250 and we still give the option on those ones that don't fall within that. But if they're within 6 feet of a sink or a wet area, we could still leave that note there and give some flexibility there. Because we're already doing it with the washing machines, right? We're already using a single receptacle and putting washing machines on there. If it went to dryers, the dryer is a single receptacle anyway, so that exception would meet that as well. If we wanted to allow that exception, we could take care of it there. But it gives us the ability to maybe address some issues that where it's close to a shower stall or something like that, where we want to have some protection there. So I think we could actually add the 250 back in and kind of deal with it on the exception of the single receptacle basis that way. That was my thoughts. Thanks.
So just make sure I understand you. You're saying that you would support expanding this to 250 volt outlets that are within 6 feet of the sink.
Correct.
And you were talking about how to craft the language.
Yeah, how to craft it so that we didn't
Right.
throw the baby out with the bathwater. Yeah.
Okay, but let's see if we can get the policy objective and then we'll figure out how to write the code.
Okay, thanks.
Because it's pretty complicated. There's a lot of interlocking pieces here, and you have to think about what other 250 volt receptacles you captured there that do you intend to or not. I'm not going to try to say what they might be, but
No,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Brian, what do you think?
I do like the safety that GFCIs provide and the in the right areas and what we already have in Oregon code. I do have a concern about product availability. A lot of my job is spent talking to contractors, trying to figure out what else we can do to achieve equivalent safety. And that's a hard conversation when you don't know product manufacturers, what's available. It's interesting that 14 months for a GFCI to be back ordered. How does that protect us? That type of thing. So there's definitely concerns there, but I do think we should keep moving forward. In terms of let's take a real strong look at this 250 volt and see what language could offer.
In what?
Just
what to what degree would you think moving forward would be appropriate under the current circumstances?
Well, it is a conundrum because the 250 volt stuff, 50 amp reset or 50 amp GFCI protection, the plat doesn't have any. They have 360 amperes, but 50 amps are required for the food carts that we put in 3 years ago.
You're hearing people are struggling to get those.
Yeah. So definitely struggling to get.
Go ahead, Jim.
The gentleman talked about if we had to market, it would be there. Would post dating something like this encourage the industry to provide that product? Just a question.
So, what about you? I kind of agree the way we have it written in 2020 code. Yeah, the product, with Brian here, I agree. I mean, we're working with contractors every day how to come up with solutions like meter packs. I mean, we got to come up with set panels and all this stuff just so they can open for business and have a single point meter. And, it's just an example of several. The other question I have is how, as an inspector, are we going to properly test these? At least 120 volt, we can use our plug tester. We have to walk around the wiggy and go hot to neutral and test them that way, or that's the other thing. I mean, how as inspectors are going to test these 250 volt receptacles? That's just kind of a concern that I have with it too. And I have grandkids, I have kids, and I've had no issues. And I'm, live in several houses, and I think if everything's wired properly, 250 volted, I just don't see the problem.
I'm of the opinion we leave it as it's crafted now. Just for product availability and cost. Trying to get 50 amp receptacles or breakers is a problem.
Jerry?
Hi, my name is Jerry O'Connor, Eaton Corporation. So just to give a little thought on how many of the electric dryers, the 250 volt dryers, are manufactured. One circuit would control the fan motor. Another circuit would be controlling the heating element, is a large portion of the design of those. I can't speak for all manufacturers, but from what I've looked at. So technically it's very similar to having two individual circuits going to a dryer, but just sharing a neutral as a branch circuit. So from my thought process, if you have a stackable washer dryer, or even a washer that opens up with the possibility of having water in there, it's a washer dryer is usually either stacked now or right next to one another. They're not distanced, and you have a water supply being supplied to one of those units, definitely within 6 feet. Very rarely. I don't know if I've ever seen one where they're separated by 6 feet. I lean along the lines of safety. I was an electrical inspector for 6 years. I left in August, and it just makes common sense to me from a life safety standpoint when you have a large washing machine filled with water with the potential with that high voltage of a shock hazard. And I have children, I've seen stories where kids are killed by this stuff, even adults. And my opinion is life safety. And having that is key.
I'd just like to stipulate for everybody that everybody on this panel, probably everybody in this room, is concerned about safety. We wouldn't be participating in this process if we didn't believe in electrical safety. And it is, I just don't think it's appropriate to make the claim that anybody in this room is not concerned about safety. So I'm concerned about safety. I have kids, I have grandkids, and I don't want any of them or anybody else's kids or grandkids to die. So I don't think that if anybody doesn't agree with that, then you probably ought to just leave, because you're in the wrong place. So, and I'm not picking on you. You're just about the fifth person who said it. And
I just want to clarify, I did not mean to pinpoint anybody in this room that they're not concerned about life safety.
while you're there, just turn off that mic. The feedback too. Thanks. Anyway, we're all concerned about safety. The question is how to balance all of the various factors in a way that results in safe, efficient, and achievable. So now, electrical board member.
I'm Al Shecker with Eaton Electric. Yeah, I think there's no doubt that everyone cares about safety. Wanted to address a topic on availability. We've all had a tough year. Eaton has had a lot of targets placed on our back for not getting product to people on time. But we like Square D has invested heavily in new manufacturing processes and procedures and factories. So my point about availability is 23 will be different. We've already started bringing new product online. I think by the time this code gets adopted, the availability of such a product wouldn't be an issue. So that's something to think about, not post dating it, but when does the adoption occur?
October.
That's just one topic I wanted to address.
Well, so I think we've really helpful to hear what everybody has to say. The consistent theme is either let's leave it the way it is, or maybe let's expand it to things that are within 6 feet of the sink. So if we wanted to do that, then we could think about how to go about doing that. I think I'd like to take a straw poll of the panel and see how many people, if you would be in favor of expanding the requirement to include 250 volt outlets, 250 volt receptacles, I guess I should say, that are within 6 feet of a sink. And I guess sort of a sub question to that is what Jerry was just talking about, which is a washing machine, which is, you could consider that to be a really big sink, I guess, in some ways. So maybe let's just start with a sink, and then we can visit the question of a washing machine if that passes. So if you would support expanding this requirement to include 250 volt receptacles within 6 feet of a sink, raise your hand. And if you're opposed to that, raise your hand. 6, okay, that's very close. So that doesn't pass. So I assume that, I guess, okay, what if you included a clothes washer in that definition of a sink? Does that cause anybody to change their vote?
That would change. I would not. I think I get the way.
Okay. Okay, so if we added washing machines, you would then no longer support. Okay, so that, but we didn't have a consensus, but we had a very narrow vote. So that's, I think, is kind of what happened last time, too, if I'm not mistaken. So the action of the committee then would be to leave the charging statement of 210.8A as is. So that would be to continue with the Oregon amendment that exists. And you do have a hand raised. I do have a hand raised. Oh, who is it? Oh, yeah, Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, Nathan, sorry to interrupt there. I had my hand raised for some time to maybe address some of this. I'll introduce myself first of all. My name is Kevin Arnold. I'm the manager of codes and standards for Eaton. And I sit on code panels 10, 13, and 13, and on several UL standards as a chair, specifically UL 943 in regards to GFCI. So just to kind of elaborate just a slight here on the topic and not to belabor it. I know you guys did take a straw poll there and everything. When we look at, I'm not going to address the product availability. I think that's been addressed. It was mentioned that COVID and the housing starts were at an all-time high there. Since those have fell and lead times are not an issue, at least that we've seen. As far as like local inventory, that I can't address what a distributor chooses to stock and not stock on their shelves at this time. I could see how they maybe don't stock since it's not a requirement in their backyard. As far as testing GFCIs, the only approved UL testing method is to use the push to test button. Now, the plug-in testers are definitely a convenient, and myself as a professional engineer as well as a master electrician, I agree the plug-in testers do help. And how do we use that on a 250 volts? Well, the push to test button on the GFCI itself, whether it's a GFCI module or GFCI breaker, is actually the only listed way to test to make sure that the GFCI is functioning for the safety of the people and such. So that's something we need to look at. The data, Doug Lee, who is a non-voting member on panel 2, and he's part of the CPSC, Consumer Product Safety Commission, has recently just provided data to panel 2 members in regards to the number of electrocutions and shocks that are occurring related to appliances. And that's ranging anywhere from about 50 to 60 per year. So as far as do we wait on the body count or do we already have the body count? I think the evidence is there to support that we do have the body count, and that information can be shared, publicly with anyone. As we look at why, the 6 foot, as we've always grown up, and I, through my apprenticeship, I grew up that way as well, 6 foot. And, if it was a single receptacle, we realized back in 2008 that the single receptacle does not negate the actual hazard. And with the expansion beyond the 6 foot was people were trying to go 6.5 inch. And there's actually white papers out there from appliance manufacturers stating that. And a 1/2 inch does not negate the hazard that occurs. And if it's 250 volts, well, that just increases the hazard if it was a line to line. However, all those 4-wire appliances do operate line to neutral, which is 120 volts. So we are currently requiring 120 volt protection in areas like kitchens and round sinks and in laundry areas. So that same 120 volt hazard exists on those 240 volt appliances in those exact same areas. So I don't see why we wouldn't want to take that into consideration to hopefully not, increase any body count and eliminate anything that has occurred or could potentially occur. So, as technology advances, the nuisance trip or unwanted tripping, when it comes to appliances, that's unsubstantiated. Those are anecdotal at best. Not to get on 210.8F here, but the air conditionings, that's been handled through the process. NFPA has addressed that, and the industries are working together as far as technologies go there. So thank you, Nathan. I just wanted to share that. I apologize that I couldn't be there in person. Would have loved to have seen everybody and appreciate all the hard work you guys are doing. So thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate it. Okay, let's see. So there's three actions associated with 210.8A. One is to adopt see, are there changes in the model code? Not really. It's just the word following, so we don't need to worry about that. So we carry forward the Oregon amendment, which is in the same action, is essentially denying the Mike's proposal, number 1, to not carry it forward. So I guess one or the other, both. So this is a formal vote now. All those in favor of continuing with the OESC amendment to 210.8A charging language, raise your hand. 2, 3, 5, 6, 9. Okay. Opposed? 2. All right. So close. Okay, so that's done. Let's look at 210.8A5, where we've amended the word basements to say unfinished portions or areas of the basement not intended as habitable rooms. So we didn't want to capture like a finished basement, I guess. Anybody want to talk about that one? Please do talk about that.
My only comment is to make a motion to move this forward.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Well, there's 3 items here in item 38. So we just did number 5. There's a new added item 7 for sinks. So I don't quite understand what the code making panel was thinking about here. There's areas with sinks and permanent provisions for food preparation, beverage preparation or cooking. I guess that's something like a kitchen, but not a kitchen. Yeah. But then it's also 8 says where there's a sink. So this would be receptacles in areas with these permanent provisions that are more than 6 feet from the sink. Is that how that would be applied? Because you already have 8. It says that it's within 6 feet of the sink. L2, come on. What are we all thinking about there?
Right, it is redundant, isn't it?
It was 8.
I think that you could have areas farther than 6 feet. on those countertops, and the panel still wanted those GFCI protected.
It's like a kitchen. This is another definition of a kitchen, essentially. Okay. Vectors, I think that's, can you parse that in a way that is not going to create more misery for you?
Mr. Chair, it's sort of problematic as an inspector to figure this out. Oftentimes, when we have a question or concern, we go back to the prints. And I don't know if I've seen an area with sink or permanent provision on the prints defined quite accurately. It'd be problematic to inspect to.
Yeah. Trying to envision what this actually means. Like, I mean, I've seen some houses that have wet bars and entertainment centers, and they have big countertops and lay out all the food for a big party, and there's lots of receptacles to plug things in, and they're certainly more than 6 feet from a sink. So I guess that's what we're trying to capture. How will you know if that's what it's intended for? Hate that word intended.
You can think about a butler pantry, you have a sink in it, but countertop, 12-foot of countertops, so they want the whole countertop.
It makes a lot of sense to look for the sink because usually that's there, or an indication of that's there when on rough-in as well. So we can actually sort of figure out these areas before it's too late, or before we have to provide correction, things like that. An area with a sink, and the next statement down, sinks where receptacles are installed within 6 feet of the top. It seems like we already have the condition covered, and I would say 90 to 95% of the dwelling units. This is also talked about in other dwelling units where I see we have more concern about that. In a dwelling unit, an area with a sink doesn't have a plug within 6 feet. It might be hard to find one of those.
Yeah, I'm also wondering, like, permanent provisions for food preparation, beverage preparation or cooking. What is a permanent provision for food preparation?
So, Mr. Chair, when I'm envisioning this, when I read it, I think of like maybe a lot of times in our area we'll get like main kitchen, and then they'll do like a guest suite or whatever that may have everything but a kitchen, but it's not defined as a kitchen because it doesn't have a stove or permanent provisions for cooking, but they may have a microwave in there. They have a sink, they have a microwave, they got an island, everything just like you would a kitchen, just not another range. I think that's what this is trying to incorporate, or areas where they have like an entertainment area with a wet bar, or somewhere where they're preparing drinks or food, microwave, dishwasher, they got it all, but so.
Okay, well, any other comments?
It almost feels like this negates the line two, because the line seven.
Negates what?
I mean, if you go, number 8 is sinks within 6 feet, but then the one above it says any area around the sink, which would be more than 6 feet. So, it's like they're contradictory. Is it within 6 feet of a sink, or, I mean, this would be word for a bathroom, but I don't know. I'd rather get rid of it. Yeah.
I'm having a memory block on why exactly that some of the panel members wanted this, but if you think about the area they're describing, that's the definition of a kitchen, and kitchen's already covered in 6.
Well,
The only thing a kitchen doesn't list is the beverage preparation.
right. Any other comments? All those in favor of adopting the new subsection 7 in N8A, raise your hand. Okay, opposed? Okay, I guess we're not adopting that. Okay. And then it added an exception 4 for factory bath fan receptacles. That's, yeah. Factory installed receptacles that are not readily accessible and are mounted internally to bathroom exhaust fan assembly shall not be required GFCI protection unless required by the installation instructions or listing. That's when you, the fan thing, you plug it in. Somebody thought that ought to be GF, that's a receptacle. I think, anybody disagree with that exception, that new exception? Okay. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
This is Laura from Building Codes Division. For the number 7 for sinks, do you want to go back to the 2021 OESC language where we add kitchens where the receptacles are installed to serve the countertop spaces or surfaces?
That's a good question. That is,
Let me see. Sorry, I'll share.
that on the matrix? Not really.
Yeah, it's sort of.
But yeah, it's because they're kind of interrelated. Yeah, okay. I was just going to kind of step through the matrix, but I guess I need to look at that. That's a great question.
Whoops.
So I think we had added this amendment to 6, where we said kitchens where receptacles are installed to serve countertop surfaces, so that we didn't pick up any receptacle that didn't serve a countertop that wasn't within 6 feet of a sink. Okay? Don't know what that is that we were thinking about.
They actually deleted it in the 2023.
That was in the 2023. That was
It was in the 2020
model code. You have the 70, the 20. That's fine. 20 reads like this.
So here's the.
Oh, yeah, yeah, okay.
Now it just says.
Okay.
Right. So do you want to go, so if you're looking at the table 1E that we've got, the language on 6 that's deleted was in the model code in 2020. We want to leave that in there because I think that the theory from the panel was by adding 7, they covered that. Don't know that we want to go backwards.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sure. One of the things that I was thinking is it's all inclusive of kitchens. I don't know if it's used that much anymore, but it was like clock outlets or different things that are way up in the wall. Then they'd have to be GFI protected.
Right. So I think as part of, as Laura points out, as part of deleting 7, we ought to consider going back to the previous edition language on 6, which is what's stricken in the table 1E, the where receptacles are installed to serve the countertop service, because we've now lost that. That's a significant change. Why are you looking at me like that, Jen?
I missed something here. Now, our countertop struck. The
model code countertops are struck, yeah. The model code now just says kitchens.
Yeah.
6, because the 7 that was added covers all those countertops.
But is it the intent to bring it back?
If we delete 7, then maybe we should bring it back into 6.
I want to encourage that.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's what we want to do. Seems like logical. So any discussion about that? I guess the motion would be to revert to the model code language for 6 from the previous edition, 2020 model code. We're not eliminating the requirement for countertops.
Mr. Chair, just point of clarification. If we leave that statement in 6, where receptacles are installed to serve countertop surfaces, it just pertains to 6.
Yeah.
It doesn't pertain to areas with sinks and permanent provisions for food prep. It's just
delete that.
countertop kitchens,
It's in, only in kitchens.
only in kitchens.
Yeah. Same thing you've got today. Exactly. No, it's basically no change from the current.
Well, the 2023 code expanded that because they took away that
Right.
only in countertops to make it the full kitchen. So a plug on the wall in the kitchen now needs GFCI if it's in the 2023 code.
Yeah.
We're just saying, don't expand to that, just stay where we're at with just countertops.
Basically saying for the purposes of 6 and 7, we're just following the 2020 model code. No change. That would be the motion.
The receptacle we install above the cabinet for rope lighting would not need to be. We need to put this language back in.
Yeah. Yeah. So the motion is to retain the language in 6 that was deleted in the 23 edition. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Are we going to renumber everything in 10.AA so that there's now 11 sections instead of 12? If we are, then Laura, we need to just think about any references throughout the code, you know, that might refer to these numbers.
I think that's why for number 12, we did not adopt it by the state of Oregon for that.
7 then. Yeah. Good idea. Okay. Okay. So now, what about in there's some language under 5 that's stricken. That says receptacles installed under the exception 210.8A5 shall not be considered as meeting the requirements of 210.2G. Is that what is that?
The model code deleted that.
Model code deleted that. Because there's no longer an exception. An exception. Yeah, they deleted the exception. That's in basements.
Sure.
Yes.
I think it's because they added all the exceptions under number 12. After number 12.
Oh, they just moved it.
They just moved them all.
Yeah.
And then we had the amendment here.
They don't have the reference to 210.52 anymore. Whether we need that, since we didn't adopt it anyway, we don't really. We need to take action on that. Technical question. Laura, do you think we need to take action on that?
No, I think it'll go along with if we're okay with moving the exceptions.
Yeah. Okay, then let's look down at let's see, we have an amendment to exception, what was exception number 2 and still is, which says that you don't have to GFCI protect a receptacle for a security system. And we added if the receptacle is labeled as not GFCI protected. We want to retain that? Yeah. Anybody opposed? All those in favor of retaining the amendment to exception 2, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That carries. So that is, let's see. That's line 40 on the matrix. Now we're on to 41, exception 257 and 10. That is, well, that, okay. That's our exception for single receptacle serving an appliance or duplex receptacle serving two appliances. If it is located within a dedicated space, it's not easily moved or is fastened in place, and the receptacle is labeled GFCI, not GFCI protected. We also say these don't meet the requirements of 210-52G. So that's the status quo. We just want to maintain it. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I think that the current list there, number 10 is referring to bathtubs or shower stalls. And I think a previous code cycle that was meant to be for laundry areas, which is now currently 11.
Yeah, I think that's what the table 1E shows.
Yeah, I updated it.
Yeah. Okay, so what's in the matrix is not updated, but what's in the table is updated. So that's important, I think. Okay, and then we have Mike has a proposal not to do this, so we'll let him speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Stone with NEMA. Yeah, this proposal would get rid of that exception. And I believe somebody else already mentioned this as we were talking about GFCI protection, but this would apply to a large appliance. A really good example would be a spare refrigerator out in somebody's garage. It's a slab floor. People go out there in their bare feet to get something cold out of the refrigerator. And the fact that it's plugged into a single receptacle as opposed to a duplex or whatever makes no difference as far as, from a safety standpoint. It's going to be, if that appliance has a ground fault in it, it's not going to care whether it's plugged into a duplex receptacle or a single or whatever. And it's a pretty common sense provision for large appliances in particular. So our proposal is to not carry that exception forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody want to comment on that or discuss it further?
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, again, this has been something that we've allowed for many, many years. It's worked well. And there's been a lot of accounts of people losing, freezers of food, freezers of meat, that sort of thing. Again, I'm not aware of a body count or any issues, with allowing this type of thing to continue. I think it's been a good practice for Oregonians, to have this exception.
Okay, thanks, Keith. Any other discussion? All those in favor of retaining the amendment and the same action, I guess, not approving the proposal to not retain the amendment, raise your hand or say aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. So that was two things. That was retaining the amendment and not approving the proposal to not retain it. Let's take maybe just like a 10-minute break. Thank you. A potty break. And it will go till 12:30. Okay, let's come back to order. I think everybody's here. Sorry, I was waiting for somebody who, I don't know who that was. I think we're on 210.8A12. We have an amendment to delete indoor damp and wet locations in dwelling units. Not sure what those would be exactly. Maybe Mike can tell us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Stone, NEMA. Yeah, this is kind of an obscure catch-all, because you already have sinks covered and bathrooms and all that. But one example of that would be, and apparently these are pretty popular in some places, is a dog washing facility inside of a house. Apparently those can be pretty popular in some areas. So that would be an example of a wet location inside of a dwelling unit. But that's kind of a catch-all that doesn't include kitchens and bathrooms. So I would ask. I think I put just wet locations. I didn't include damp locations in that proposal. So the model code says damp and wet.
Wouldn't a dog washing station be considered a shower or a bathtub or
Well,
a sink?
if it's labeled a dog, if it was labeled a dog washing area on the plans, I don't think, I wouldn't think you can consider that a bathroom or a shower. I don't know. That was an example.
A human washing station?
That would make it clear, yeah. There was somebody in Utah brought that up. They said, I had about 10 of those in my jurisdiction, recently, and I thought, wow, so, and that's an example.
It's not a hill I'm gonna die on, but I'm curious what the inspector is. I mean, I don't know how everything else is already covered in the above section, so I don't know what.
Well, like I said, it's like a catch-all. If it's not a kitchen or a bathroom, this would be a catch-all for other
You give me
wet
one good
locations.
instance, I'd believe it.
Well, that was one dog washing station.
A shower, a dog shower.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Jim?
Before the break, I was looking at this and I remember us talking about this the last committee meeting last, 3 years ago. I was trying to remember why we struck this. Because I'm wondering, not necessarily about damp locations, but again, the wet locations.
Have a wet location inside the house, but maybe a dog washing facility. What are the rest of you guys, especially inspectors? What have you seen? What is this causing any problem if this isn't in there?
The dog washing stations, we see quite a bit of those in our area, and we require GFI protection within 6 feet of them.
You just
We could just assume it's a
should have
shower.
a sink or whatever.
Call it that way. Or sometimes they may have like an area where they come in inside that would be a shower, but it's not really a bathroom, but so we just call it a shower or something like that. We figure a way to get there and call them on, and it hasn't really been an issue for us.
Same thing, yeah. Wonder what we might catch that.
I think the only thing I can see where it might hit is maybe a homemade sauna side of, and that's, you'd be a damp location then.
Yeah.
I don't have any heartburn with it. We did it last time.
Okay, all those in favor of continuing with the existing Oregon amendment to not adopt damp and wet locations, say aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so we just voted to retain the model code language and delete the Oregon exception. That one, Mike. Okay, the next one we have is the receptacle labeled not GFCI protected security systems. Didn't we already vote on that? We voted on that one already. Then we've got this new exception 3. The newer, they just modified it a bunch. Yeah, it shows.
Line item, you're doing the OESCs.
Yeah.
I'm on the matrix.
Well, I'm trying to make sure we capture everything that changed. But it's not on the matrix, so I guess we don't need to deal with it. So we're ready to go to B, which is, well, unless there's something in these new exceptions that we don't agree with. So B is other than dwelling units, and we've got the same question on the 240 volt receptacles. Is there anything that is about other than dwelling units that's different from dwelling units that we need to discuss? Or are we just going to repeat the same things we've already talked about? Seems like it's some stuff. So does anybody on the panel have a thought about that being different? If not, then let's just vote on it. It's the same thing we already voted on. So we're voting on we're voting on item 46, actually, which is the charging language that restricts it to 125 volt receptacles. So we have our exception. We created for the food carts, I think, further down. All those in favor of retaining the amendment to 210.8B, say aye. Opposed? Aye. Okay, and then, in doing that, you also did not accept Mike's proposed amendment, proposed rescission of that. Then we go back to this new list item 4. Buffet serving areas with permanent provisions for food serving. Beverage serving or cooking. What is the difference between 3 and 4? One's a buffet and one doesn't have a sink, I guess. We also added beverage preparation to. Why didn't they just delete sinks from 3? Okay. Anybody have any thoughts on this new item 4? Basically requiring GFCI protection on a buffet in a non-residential setting. Yes.
I think this again goes back to the sink in number 3, which seems acceptable, and we can see the reason why, but why for 4?
You know why, Jim? Mike?
The only thing I think of is they are still trying to cover any areas that someone could plug an extension cord in and go over to an area that does have wet location.
I think it's trying to capture steam tables in restaurants. Wet wells.
Maybe not. Yeah. Okay, all those in favor of adopting 4, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Right in the matrix.
It is, it's 45, it's part of the matrix.
Oh,
There's
it's way
more than
there,
one
huh?
thing, yeah. The 4 is okay. And then they also added 13, aquariums, bait wells, and similar aquatic vessels or containers such as tanks or bowls where receptacles are installed within 6 feet from the inside of the top edge of the bin or from the conductive support or framing of the vessel. So if you have a receptacle near a fish tank, you got to put it on GFCI. Well, that's a nuisance trip that could really be expensive, huh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Stone with NEMA. On this particular one, the substantiation that was provided with that has some pretty spectacular photographs of really large bait wells.
Yeah.
I mean, like tanks, almost like pools with extension cords draped across them. And that's what they're trying to get at. That type of, it's not, doesn't have anything to do with, residential aquariums or anything like that. So it's for large installations like that, where it would be a hazard.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking about a lot of people have aquariums in their offices and their waiting rooms and stuff. Well, they're included.
Well,
It doesn't say permanent.
Yeah, any fish tank, I think, would be included in that. Wouldn't you say?
You're not gonna know up front what they do to move in.
see this a lot in doctor's offices. For some reason, they like to push fish tanks and calm their patients down.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
That I hadn't thought of the consideration of the loss, on a nuisance trip or something like that. I've never owned an aquarium and, but that does seem like a good consideration if someone did have a nuisance trip on a large investment like that. I don't know if that is a concern or, but I could see where it could be.
Yeah, my business partner passed away a few years ago, had a fish tank in his office that was, he probably had $10,000 worth of fish and whatnot in there. that he used.
Well, what's considered a nuisance trip? Maybe that device is doing its job. Maybe that device is doing its job. So is it really a nuisance trip?
We don't know.
I mean, the standard tells the manufacturers how to design that device so it to trip when it sees a fault, right? Enough said. Don't get it.
We always say about smoke detectors. Nuisance trip. Okay, do you guys want to adopt this? All those in favor of 13, say aye. Opposed? I think that carried. Okay, and then we have our let's see, E6 removes the reference to damp locations in the requirement.
Now it just says outdoors. It used to say indoor damp and wet locations.
Now it says outdoors.
Now it says outdoors.
So no, there's still indoor down. Damp, it just got moved. So what we had done was we had, oh no, she's got that. Just trying to figure out what item .8, what item 48 is. I think that's supposed to be 8 because things moved around. This is why the matrix lists it as 6 because it was 6 and now it's 8. But we still have the amendment where we took out damp and we just said wet locations, indoor wet locations. Well, what did we do on the residential?
We adopted it.
We adopted, we just went with the model
Yeah,
code.
so we can adopt it here too.
So we'll just go with the model code on what is now 8. So we would be rejecting the carrying forward the Oregon amendment, which is line 48. I don't know which one Mike was. Were you? It's very confusing because numbers changed. 10 is 10, which was 8, is now the accessory buildings. Is that what happened? 8 was the accessory buildings.
10 was a fish. 10 was fish basement. 10
Yeah,
was
no,
garages.
see, 8 was accessory buildings, and now that's 10. Yeah, okay. So which one were you proposing to delete? Probably both of them, but
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Stone, NEMA. Yeah, I was, that is confusing. I had intended to rescind the amendment that did not require them in accessory buildings, which now I believe is 10.
okay.
So that's the one that that's my
Wait,
proposal.
we'll talk about that in a second. Okay, so the one on 8, the proposal is to just go with the model code and not carry forward like we did in the residential. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Not. And then on the next one, 49, which is listed as 8 because that's what it was, it's now 10. And we had deleted accessory buildings from the list of areas requiring GFCI protection. I don't know why we did that, and you don't want us to.
That's correct. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mike Stone, NEMA. Yeah, it's, the hazard is the same in an accessory building, regardless of whether it's a residential or non-resident. So we're asking to rescind that amendment.
Are we requiring it in accessory buildings in residence? Oh, yeah, we are, yeah. Okay, anybody want to discuss that? Why should we carry it forward? Should we not carry it forward? Yes,
Chair, I would make a motion to accept his proposal to go with the model code and include accessory buildings in it. What we see in our area is, excuse me, we have a piece of property and they'll go in and they'll build a pole barn, right? No dwelling on the property, just an accessory, it's just a building. That wouldn't require GFI protection, but as soon as you put a house on it, then it would, because it's an accessory to the dwelling. Like, I agree with him that the hazards are the same.
But what hazard?
Yeah, you got,
No, in the accessory building.
hand tools, cords, extension cords, all that stuff plugged in like a shop.
So the outdoor receptacle,
Now the ones inside the building.
plug them into the inside of the building or the dwelling too.
And, but it's not the same as your garage, right? Or your shop. I think it would be consistent, for consistency's sake, to carry it through for non-dwellings.
I don't have a heartburn over it. I can't remember what we did. It seemed like there was an instance where it didn't work for that. I don't know what it was.
Well, I mean, if you look at this section, it says garages, service bays in similar areas other than vehicle exhibition halls and showrooms. Now, when you add accessory buildings, you've included a storeroom. If you just have a building, it's just a storage building. Now you have to GFCI protect that, which not consistent with the other types of occupancies in that list. And I think maybe that's what we were thinking of. Let's see, all those in favor of maintaining the Oregon amendment to delete accessory buildings from what is now 210-8B10, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that failed. So I guess we should have a motion to delete it. Formal about it. All those in favor?
Well,
This is 49. This would be accepting Mike's proposal to delete, to rescind the removal of accessory buildings. All those in favor of following the model code on section 10, just raise your hand. Okay, opposed? Well, that carries. So that. Okay, now we get to.
Just a point of clarification. So do we accept the model code or do we strike accessory?
Accepted the model code. So accessory buildings will be in that.
Thank you.
Now we get to 210.8B11 exception. This is at or below grade and we. Let's see, that must be another one that changed locations. All right. Yeah, that's now 14. That's that moved to 14. That's the same thing we just approved for residential. Any discussion, anything about this that's different from residential? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Okay, and that means Mike's. Okay. Now we have 10.8C, crawl spaces. We said only applies to crawl spaces at or below grade. Any discussion of that? Mike has a proposal not to do it. Oh, no, maybe you don't. I'm sorry. You missed it. It's a 210.8C, which is, yeah, it's still C. Okay, all those in favor of carrying forward the requirement that the crawl space has to be below grade if you're going to require GFCI protection? Say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries. Okay. I got a little distracted there because I was looking at all of these new receptacles. I mean, new exceptions to 210.8B. 4 or 5 of them, but I think they mostly got relocated. Is there anything in any of those exceptions that we ought to talk about?
There's, I don't know about those, but I was wondering about sinks. There was added language to sinks, and Laura doesn't have it in the matrix. Yes.
Well, just to distinguish between, you're talking about 3.
Let me see what I'm.
I might have thought that it wouldn't be covered under line 45.
7.
Oh, you're talking about number 7? Things where receptacles are cord and plug.
That's
Oh, okay, never mind.
So they're saying if there's a sink and there's no receptacle or cord and plug fixed or stationary appliances within 6 feet, then you don't have to.
And it does have to be. Used to be just a receptacle within 6 feet. Now, if you put the appliance there, but the plug's not there,
Oh,
the appliance has to be GFI protected.
okay.
Big change.
Because the receptacle could be out of the 6 foot.
Mhm.
Does that happen? This is the thing that someone was talking about, the half inch that you was talking about. Somebody was talking about moving the appliance to half an inch out away from the 6 feet, and then it doesn't have to be covered. Now it would be. Do you want to not adopt it?
I didn't have an opinion one way or the other. I don't think I was supported the panel because of good substantiation. I think it's something we as a group ought to agree that we're going to move forward or not move.
Okay, so you want to make a motion to do one or the other? You know, we're talking about 210.8B7. The change in the model code language adds this or cord and plug connected fixed and stationary receptacles. Appliances, rather. Now, receptacles is not highlighted in the table 1E, but I think it is part of the change in the. Well, the whole thing is highlighted. Yeah, because they kind of rewrote it.
Yeah, they rewrote it. Motion.
What was it?
Oh, change, so I'm saying make a motion.
Chair, I'm saying it's a pretty big change.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you said it's a good change.
No, I'm not saying.
Okay, I don't, I'll go
Trying
with
to figure
Flo
that
on this one. I'm not necessarily in favor. It's always been receptacles.
Oh, I'm not necessarily in favor of it. It's not, that's not an affirmative statement. What does that mean?
Mr. Chair.
We'll see where it goes. I'll make a motion. We don't adopt the language cord and plug connected fixed or stationary appliance.
Okay, stick with the previous edition.
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to make a point that one of the things we talked about with sinks is in a close proximity to sinks within 6 feet being GFCI protected, there's water there. Oftentimes, there's also a groundfall path there as well. When we take a look at appliances, fixed and stationary appliances, those also have a groundfall path. And I've heard instances before where the person that got in trouble, got electrocuted or shocked or whatever, was not actually touching an appliance to a sink or water, so to speak. It was actually an appliance to another appliance that provided that secondary groundfall path. So I think it actually has some merit here. It's a big change, though. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
That's
If you extend that logic, then anything that's near a grounded surface would need to be GFCI protected.
correct.
Pretty much.
Although there's good groundfall paths and effective groundfall paths and not very effective groundfall paths as well.
Yeah.
Oftentimes things provide a groundfall path, and we know the current takes all groundfall paths, but there's definitely a proportion involved there.
So you're opposing the motion.
Is it? Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? You want
I'll rescind my motion.
Okay. Okay. Well, I don't think we need to take action on this because it's just it's not on the matrix and it's one of the many changes. We can move on. Did you see anything in the new list of exceptions, the 6 exceptions that you want to pull out and discuss? They didn't make it to the matrix. Maybe we already did that. Let's see. 10.8D created a list. Revised text and converted to list format, corrected list item 3 and added items 8 through 12. Yeah, so there's been some controversy about this not being maybe well correlated or duplicating what's in 422.
Code panel 17.
Oh, that's your vote.
That's my panel.
Okay.
These do not belong here.
What do you want to say about this?
I just said it. They don't belong here.
Which doesn't belong here? None of them?
Well, appliances are in 422. To be so directed from panel 17.
Anybody sent that to the Standards Council?
I think it's starting to make circulation or some way.
There's no TIA yet.
No.
Well, we're in Oregon. We can just put C article 2. Since we're not allowed to do this, we can say C article. Anything in here that's not in 422?
Yeah, everything that they just added. Ranges, ovens.
Yeah, well, this conflicts with what we did before.
Mhm. Just as a point of reference, also what you don't see here are water heaters in 17.
Well, Chair will entertain a motion.
They've changed it so much. Created a list.
Through the chair, Nathan, if this D pretty much contradicts exactly what we just got through with. I don't know how we can adopt this. Specific appliances requiring GFCI with what we just approved prior. I don't know how you would
Yeah,
make them work.
well, for some of them, 240 volt stuff. You have to look at what 422 said before. What the model code said in the last cycle was 422 5B 3 through 5 and 5 and A. 422.5A will have GFC. Unless GFCI protection is provided in accordance with 422 5B3 through B5, the outlets supplying the appliances specified in 422 5A shall have GFCI protection as specified in accordance with 422.5B1 or B2. Why is any of this even in here? For the appliances, a vending machine, GFCI is not protected, and circuit shall have it. So
422 currently, if adopted, do everything that they did. List items are vacuum machines, automotive vacuum machines, drinking water coolers, bottle fill stations, burn plug, high pressure spray, washing machines, tire inflation machines, vending machines, sump pumps, and dishwashers. I think 422 has got covered what we need, so we do not need to move this list forward.
well, or we could just delete 8 through 12. And we're
Yeah,
just
it's
sticking
yeah.
with the previous edition. That would not conflict with what we did with 240 volt. And that's not changed to the model. Let me see what. There were 7 items in previous edition. Well, do you have a motion?
I make a motion that we do not adopt list items 8 through 12.
Okay.
Mike? We have an exception and, well, we'll probably get there in 422, but for dishwashers and sump pumps, right?
We had one already.
Yeah.
Yeah, saying you don't have to do them.
Right.
But we better capture that here too, if we're gonna. We didn't capture it before though, and it was in here, so. Was it? Dishwashers were in 422.5. Okay, so we said they weren't here. So this is really a correlation problem. See why you say this shouldn't really be here. The way they did it before, just referring to 422. You want to add something, add it there.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think that one thing we might have to consider is the fact that in 210.8D, it talks specifically about provided for the branch circuit or outlet.
Yeah.
In 422, it talks about the appliances identified in this section. So in 422 is just an appliance is required to be GFCI protected or provide protection for that appliance. Where in 210.8B, they're saying protection shall be provided for the branch circuit. That would imply a breaker versus an outlet at that point.
Oh, yeah.
That would a device ahead of the branch circuit to protect it. Much like a device on a vending machine that would protect the cord, the device, the GFCI device that we allow on the head end of a cord to plug into is protecting the cord as well.
Be redundant protection.
Well, this is also.
It would include the branch circuit.
This is protecting the whole branch circuit. Why is the branch circuit a hazard?
Again, just noting a big change.
That's really weird. So it says branch circuit or outlet. So you can still use an outlet type.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at D. Are you talking about D? D as in dog?
Correct.
Yeah.
Delta, yeah.
Yeah, delta, yeah,
Provided for the branch circuit or outlet,
or outlet, yeah.
not the receptacle.
Well, this is kind of a can of worms. We ought to table this one. Panel chair, think about it a little bit. Come up with an integrated solution. Think about it a little bit. Yeah, well. All those in favor of tabling item 54? Aye. Aye. Okay, 210.8E, equipment requiring servicing. Add an amendment. Oh, wait a minute, that can't be.
You just had an amendment to it.
Oh, this is for other than, okay.
This is in dwelling units and amendment.
Oh, this is so they don't have to GFCI protect an outlet in the hallway.
Yeah. Motion carried forward.
Okay, this is an amendment to 210.8E that exempts receptacles installed indoors in dwelling units that are for servicing from GFCI protected unless otherwise required. I think we were talking about the furnace in a closet, that the receptacle that meets the requirement is in the hallway right outside it, not requiring that for the GFCI. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Turning the page. 210.8F. Okay, so this one got revised. Dwelling units all out. Other than those covered in 210.8A, exception number 1, that's snow melting stuff. Including outlets installed in the following locations and supply.
So we rewrote this to, we didn't want to pick a specific appliance, but it was for the food carts up in Portland, was the main concern with this. So any general purpose receptacle, so it wouldn't apply to an RV or, some other type of specific receptacle.
Yeah, well, so
and I haven't heard any confusion. Maybe Brian has something to say. It's worked well. Again, I haven't heard any confusion or issues with this being, misread.
missing from my.
Yeah, I'd back Keith's statement on that.
Okay, so what we did is we. Other than dwelling units. Okay. This seems to be working. Any discussion? Okay, so I think what is pointed out here is that the 2023, if you look at your table 1E, the 2023 language has changed. So the amendments need to be restructured to fit the new language. Because it doesn't fit anymore. I think. Yeah, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Stone, NEMA. Yeah, I have a proposal in to rescind the Oregon amendment for 210.8F. And the 2023 incorporated some new language that was in a TIA. It gave an exception for, well, of course, it already had the exception for lighting outlets, but it gave exception number 2, that this GFCI protection is not required for listed HVAC equipment with a sunset date of September 1st of 2026. And that was to allow the industry to develop this equipment to where it's not going to, produce unwanted tripping. And that's what that 2026 date is. So that's been acknowledged that there are certain types of HVAC. There's some dispute as to if it should apply to all HVAC or not, but that's the way this exception is worded, is to all HVAC equipment. And with that, again, with that sunset date. And then the 2023 also incorporated those 3 additional areas where that requirement would apply. So it's garages, accessory buildings, and boathouses. So those are the changes there. But so we're asking that Oregon would adopt the model code language on that. And there are provisions for that address some of the issues that have come up with those installations.
Okay. So this says all for dwellings, all outdoor outlets, including those covered in exception, including outlets installed in the following locations, which are not outdoor locations.
Correct.
So is that supposed to mean and outlets installed in the following locations? It must mean that. Is that what it means? Still trying to follow. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, the can of worms. First question is, do we want to exclude dwelling units from this section like we did in the previous cycle? Anybody that doesn't want to do that? Okay, so we do that, and then we don't need the other than, so that doesn't change. And we can leave the supplied by. And now, do we want to add these 3 locations in other than dwelling units? Garages that have floors located at or below grade level, accessory buildings, and boathouses. Are those not covered elsewhere?
Through the chair, again, I see this as a possible conflict, with what we've already done earlier. And this is talking about 240 volt again. So I would recommend that we just use the old 2020 language, because we were trying to target a specific situation, a specific outlet in 240 volts with GFI requirement. And again, it seemed to be pretty clear what we intended. I know we changed and took out the dwelling part and changed it to, I think, let's see, F. For other than dwelling units, we changed it, but again, it was rewritten to capture a specific installation and a specific concern that Portland had. So we've earlier, we said we weren't going to require any GFCI on 240 volt indwelling units. So.
Yeah. So we would strike the including outlets installed in the following locations. And then at the end of the sentence, instead of, we wouldn't carry the colon forward like we did before, and we wouldn't adopt subsections 1, 2, and 3. And do we intentionally not, is this, if equipment supplied by an outlet covered under this requirements is replaced, shall be supplied with GFCI protection? Is that new?
Yes.
So do we not want to adopt that? I mean,
No.
if you have a food cart and they replace the outlet, you don't want them to have to put in a GFCI outlet? Looking at you, because it's most, well, it's now elsewhere. Food carts have
I was gonna say,
down to Eugene.
if it's permitted, we're probably gonna take a look at it and take a look to see the GFCI is there and ask them why not. But if this sentence was in here, then we'd ask them to have the GFCI requirement to be there, whether or not it's been replaced or not.
Yeah. I don't see a problem with that last thing, but, okay. Well, what do you guys want to do? You want to carry this forward and just make sure we craft it correctly? Yeah, I'll work on that, getting that, help Laura get it done. It's pretty straightforward. It's not a big change. And what about this new last sentence about if equipment is supplied by an outlet covered under the requirements of this section, it shall be GFCI. Do you want to adopt that or not? Those in favor of adopting that, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so the action is to carry forward the 2021 amendment, but craft it to fit the 2023 language and we would have that new sentence. We wouldn't have exception 1 because it's why did we say that?
Mr. Chair, that first exception was struck out in 2020 as well.
Yeah, why did we? I wonder.
This GFI on lighting outlets,
Yeah.
because we said receptacles.
Oh,
So this says if the receptacle is replaced, that you have to replace it with a GFI. But we also have the rule, the 918-305 4 zeros that allows us to continue something that's an existing installation. So if it's, a repair or something, a replacement, they could leave it as it is.
so maybe we shouldn't do that.
I wouldn't recommend it.
It's conflict.
Is this a note from Laura, informational note? Like a specific?
No, we did, that was part of our action previously. But we're not trying to say that like in 551 where it requires GFCI protection, it's outdoor, it's not required.
But if I put a receptacle on my side of my shop, it does have to be for an RV?
The RV is, we had that, that was the note that we put on there that said if it's regulated, under someplace else, like in an RV, it's not required in the RV section. And I think that's the one we actually quoted was in 551.
Yeah, 551 is RV parks. What if I put an RV receptacle on the side of my shop for my RV?
It doesn't require it. This is for general purpose receptacles specifically.
Well, this is other than dwelling.
Or my business.
If it is a business, it would be.
Yeah, if I do it at my business, I have to have it GFI protected, right?
Well,
No,
purpose receptacles. But is a receptacle supplying a food cart a general purpose receptacle?
yeah, it's not covered by any other section in the code, so I would think it would be a general purpose.
That's how we look at it, City of Portland.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the action. See if everybody agrees with this. We're going to restrict this to other than dwelling units. Means we don't need the reference to the exception in A. We're going to eliminate the following locations portion. We're not going to include the sentence about replacements since that conflicts with another rule. We do not need the, do we need the exceptions 1 and 2? And why would we say that GFCI protection is not required on lighting outlets? Or would we not want to carry that forward? Why did we delete that?
Because
Receptacles.
we're talking receptacles.
Oh, because we're only dealing with receptacles. Oh, okay. Instead of outlets, it's general purpose. Got it. Okay, and then the HVAC equipment, is that going to apply for other than dwelling units? This be construed to apply to an HVAC?
We already eliminated it in the A, of not requiring it.
It's not a receptacle.
Well, it's,
Yeah.
I think it would go for either, direct wired or receptacle. It'd be an outlet, and we don't require it on outlets.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a general purpose receptacle. So.
Right.
Goes away, this goes away. This goes away. This is a period. Okay. Maybe we should get this on paper and show it to you before we vote on it. So do that. So that is F. Why don't we just break for lunch and we'll see if we can get that done and vote on it when we get back. Let's give myself a little bit of time to do that. So why don't we come back at 1:30? Call the meeting back to order. And I did put together a revised amendment to 10.8E, which I sent to Laura. And that's the old stuff, right? That's the existing, isn't it? It's on there. Oh, you don't know.
No, I added all of your edits.
Okay, there it is. Okay, yeah. All outdoor general purpose receptacles for other than dwelling units supplied by single phase branch circuits rated 150 volts or less, 150 amps or less. We will have GFCI protection. We have our information. Basically, same thing we had before, just fitting into the new structure. Any discussion with that? Everybody okay with it? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries. So that is F. So we've okay, and then okay, 210.12A relocated. And Mike, do you want to give us a preamble to Arc Faults and what a great product they are?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Stone with NEMA. Excuse me. So similar to when we were talking about GFCIs, I asked the chair if I could just give a brief statement ahead of time that kind of covers all of the AFCI issues, so I don't have to repeat it every time. But again, all of NEMA's proposals are all recommending to go with the model code and not accept the Oregon amendments. So having said that, AFCIs were first introduced in the 1999 NEC for bedrooms only, and they're now required for most branch circuits and dwelling units and sleeping areas and other occupancies. So the use has been expanded. It hasn't really expanded that much since 2014. There are, depending on the year you're looking at, there are approximately 430 deaths annually that are caused by electrical fires. And the Consumer Product Safety Commission estimates that half of those fires could be prevented by the use of AFCI devices. So as they're being installed in residential construction, the trend of fire deaths, residential fire deaths, is starting to trend downwards, similar to GFCIs. I mentioned with GFCIs, and when they were first introduced in 1971, there were 600 plus electrocution deaths, and then and now they're less than 200. So AFCIs, we're starting to see that trend downwards, although it takes time. With GFCIs, it took a couple of decades to really see the trend, to actually be able to document the trend going down. So we're starting to see that with AFCIs. And so AFCIs is a totally different technology than GFCIs, and they protect against arc faults in branch circuit wiring systems, as well as equipment that's connected to those systems, like extension cords and appliances. And the installer or the electrician that's installing the branch circuits doesn't have any control over what's going to get connected to those circuits in the future. You know, the extension cords, appliances, or whatever, you know, that doesn't have anything to do with the installation of the actual branch circuits. So AFCIs protect against that as well. And again, you know, the general public is looking to us as electrical professionals to help ensure electrical safety in their homes. And I respectfully ask you to adopt the model code as written. So, but the next proposal that I submitted was for 210.12a. And again, I was the 210.12a with the exception, excuse me, rescind the existing Oregon amendment and add back exception number 2 that's in the model code. And just double check real quick.
We'll pick up your proposals as we come to them.
Yeah.
So,
Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
If we don't get out of order, we won't get as confused as we otherwise would be.
Yeah, this it's confusing with the number 2.
It is confusing enough for sure. Okay, so arc fault circuit interrupters. Let's see, it says that the 12A became 12B, and the title of A is now means of production, and combined those means into a list format. So that, in theory, is not substantive. It's just editorial. Right, Mike? Yeah, and the alcoves thing, is that's new? Didn't we have? Oh, we had an amendment. We added alcoves. We added it. Code just did. Oh, the code did it. You got it in there. Where is it? You guys looking wrong document. I was looking.
They don't have outcome.
Yeah. So if we were going to accept what is line 59, we would want to add alcoves into the list item in B. Right? So I guess the first thing is, do we accept the relocation of the code, the reorganization of the section from everybody's
okay with that. So all those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, so that was line 59. And then line 60 is the amendment where we added the word alcoves. And we didn't define alcoves, did we? We didn't create a definition for it. Find in the code. Does everybody know what an alcove is? $1052I.
No. Oregon special.
Oh. Okay. So we're going to add alcoves in here. Maybe we should.
Mr. Chair, the other thing I'm seeing is the list of items has hallways and we have an exception for hallways.
What's our exception for hallways?
Receptacles in hallways. Lighting and receptacles. Receptacles are not.
Where do you see that?
Exception number 2.
Receptacles. Oh, yeah.
So through the chair, Nathan, it's 210.52. On our table 1E, we have alcoves. We have a definition.
Right. Funky arrangement, but I guess we can live with that. Well, what else? What about kitchens and laundry areas? Kitchens are also not required in our
If they're
exception.
GFI protected.
If they're GFC, okay, and GFC, okay. Okay, well, the same thing is true of hallways then. Oh, or laundry or kitchen or laundry and GFC. Only in dining rooms. Kitchens are just exempted.
You're right. I'm sorry. Kitchens are exempted. Dining rooms if they're GFI protected.
Laundry areas are, so we're not, why don't we just not accept kitchens, hallways and laundry areas? But we have it as an exception. Something I'm missing.
Receptacles. Look, we're making the lighting.
Oh, just the receptacle.
We're making the lighting be AFCI protected.
Okay.
Me as a company's been working good.
Okay.
And I haven't had any conversation about, any of the amendments that we've done. People seem to understand them. They've been in place for a few years now.
Okay. Arc welders are exempt too. So I guess the question is, we have an amendment that is in table 1E for 210.12B. It's not structured quite the same way the code is because they put it in this format, but it adds this word alcoves. And then it has 4 exceptions. Actually, there's 2 exceptions to this section currently. So these would be, the new exceptions would be 3, 4, and 5. And I guess I'm wondering if, since we've defined alcoves in 210.52I, we want to make reference to that. It's been a problem for people to figure out what an alcove is. Yes, probably not. I mean, normally we would put a definition in 100, not buried in the middle of a section. Okay, are we okay with 210.12B? Anybody want to make any amendments or changes to it? Or not adopted? Any discussion? All those in favor of carrying 210.12B as amended forward, say aye. Oh, did you want to say something?
Well, just
just want to understand where you're at. Are you just deciding on the ALCO portion of 21012B?
No, we just voted on the whole thing.
So basically the amendment, I'm sorry. Again, Don Iverson with Schneider. So if I understand this right, you just voted on just to keep your amendments as is.
Yes.
Okay, so can I ask a question? Sure. So back when you put this in, I'm assuming back in the 14 code, right?
I don't know that. Probably something like that.
I'm sure somebody can confirm that. I'm assuming when kitchen showed up and laundries in the code, that's when it was amended, right? So at the time, why was that amended? Was it because of compatibility? Okay, so, okay, I get it. I get that, and I respect that. I really do, because it's new, right? At the time. But now, 9 years fast forward, I can talk about Schneider for a second. I'm not sure, Mike, if you've seen it, but our lab in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, the lab is just gigantic, and every new appliance that comes on the market, there's guys in there that buys 2 or 3 of them, puts them in this room, hooks them up, and runs 24/7 diagnostic on those compatibility with arc faults. So speaking for Schneider, there's always looking at new sine waves, right? Because we're not talking about GFCI protection here. We're talking about AFCI protection. And we're talking about that catcher's mitt, talk about old technology, right? The catcher's mitt, I'm looking at what that device is seeing and making sure that, hey, we don't have an arcing fire. Because as a company, we don't want to, I hate to use the word, a nuisance trip, right? Because we want to make sure that our breakers, our technology are compatible with the new appliances coming out all the time. It's fascinating how big it is. We're not seeing those trips in all these new appliances. So I got to ask the question, why are you holding on to these amendments and not protect like those cupboards being screwed into the wall, hitting the NM cable? We have that documented personally with one of our contractors. Other installations that are documented where the nail in the jacket detected a potential fire, right? So it wasn't a nuisance trip. So I guess I'm just really trying to understand why the state is holding on to those amendments, because 5 states in the last year have moved forward with removing those amendments. Arkansas, I was a part of that adoption in 14. They just weren't sure. Totally respect it. Delaware removed it. New Jersey removed it. Connecticut removed it. Indiana was the sole state that didn't have any arc fault protection in it. And they have gone full boat now, move forward with it, accepting because the committee said that they identified that technology is there now, because they took it out in 2008 edition of the code. So I guess I really need to sit here and think, why would Oregon want to fall behind now Indiana by not removing those amendments? Because it's definitely a proven fire protective type of a product where it does protect most homeowners. Biggest investment they're going to have in their whole lifespan is their home. So I really got to understand. I guess I'm asking the committee, why are we holding on to that?
Okay, thanks. I think got your question.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
How do we as electricians test your product? When it has a fault, how do we know that it is not a nuisance trip versus a valid trip?
So if you go into our product, there's different selective. Do you install Square D products?
Sure.
Okay, so it does give you that self-diagnostic. Is it, if it's a dual function, that's a cost savings to you because you don't have to buy the device, right?
Okay.
We make devices, so I'm not talking against devices, okay? But to you, it saves you money, right?
It could. My issue is, personally, we have spent over $50,000.
Is that
trying?
Really?
You know what?
I guess I'm not trying to argue.
I understand.
Wait.
I'm just asking the
Let him
question.
speak.
I understand.
Yeah.
And the problem is going through the documentation was quite difficult at the time. But the biggest issue is we had, on one of the projects, we had 2 of your engineers flew out tested the project, went through everything, took the customer's TV, bought them a new one, you know, everything's fine. But then we never were able to find out an answer on what happened and what was the issue.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What year was that?
Oh, it was early, before 14's test.
So it's probably what, 2012, 13 era?
But it does leave a bad taste in my mouth.
You know what? I completely understand that. I've been a contractor and I completely understand.
I want to have the most safe stuff we can have for our customers. But when something new comes out and we're forced to do the almost the in-field testing for manufacturers, I do have a problem with that.
But I don't think that's what's really currently going on in today.
Right.
Since that time period.
Right now, that could be. I also am a little concerned, I guess, do the devices still have the 5 amp threshold?
What do you mean?
Can I interrupt for a second?
Absolutely.
We've already actually taken action on this item.
All right. No
So,
problem.
but we can reopen it if somebody wants to reopen it and have this discussion. You know, if you want to respond to the question that was asked, those of you who are seeing these issues in the field, or you could talk offline about it, but unless we get a motion to reopen, we've taken action.
Okay.
Now, there's more items, but so does anybody want to reopen it? Okay, so moving on. 210.12C is this is we eliminated bathrooms, I guess. Is that right? No. I'm on, well, I'm looking at, I'm on, oh, I should follow this, sorry. Okay. 210.12A, exception 2. 12A, exception 2. Must be. Well, this is the hallways. This is the thing we just acted on. I think. Yeah, we did all that. Go ahead.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Stone, NEMA. Yeah, I was a bit confused there. You did take action on A, and then there was 3 separate proposals for the exceptions 2, 3, and 4. So I don't know if you want to.
Well, we can do them individually if you want, but I think, did anybody not understand that we were doing all of A with all the exceptions carrying forward? Did everybody understand that? Do we need to take them apart and vote on them one at a time? Anybody? So I think that's okay. So that means that we said yes to 61, no to 62. Sorry if that wasn't clear. Yes to 63, no to 64. Yes to 65, no to 66. And then now I'm on 67, which removed bathrooms from locations where required in B. Bathrooms aren't in B.
Bathrooms have been scratched out in dormitory units.
C, yeah. So maybe that's another one where yeah, because A and B got combined now, what was B is C. So line 67 and 68 should be referring to C, I think. Is that right? Because that's where bathrooms were.
Yes, it's been re-lettered.
All right, Laura?
Yes.
Just a renumber, because it got renumbered.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we want to continue to remove bathrooms from dormitory units? Because they're not in dwelling units. So, you know why they're in dormitories but not in dwellings?
That, I remember Mike was a proponent for this. He said they had a lot of issue with nuisance tripping from the fans at the time.
Yeah, and two did not, there was a lot of talk about bringing bathrooms into B, but it didn't pass. It was a close vote, but it didn't pass.
Just my experience recently with arc faults, I've had a number of calls. They are still having, the nuisance trip issues. And then the big issue is that the products are not available, and jurisdictions are now signing off projects with regular breakers in them, subject to, at a later date, replacing them when they're available. So I think it would just add more difficulty to comply if we do expand this.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Jerry O'Connor, Eaton Corporation. So I was a little confused when when you were adopting 21012A as a whole with those exceptions, and I didn't get up to speak, but I wanted to make it the people on the panel aware of the data that is available to you on the Oregon.gov site, the OSFM. It's the State Fire Marshal Annual Report and Supplement Report that is issued every year from the Fire Marshal. They submit to FEMA all of their information. I'm going to give you a couple facts. Let's see. Let me go back to Oregon. It keeps resetting me. On FEMA's website between 2015 and 2019, 49,633 fires were reported. Out of those fires, 8.3% of those 49,000 fires were electrical malfunction. 6.1% were due to appliances. 17.7% were due to heating. Now, if you look at the heating, out of heating in the state, 51.56% of all dwelling units in the state the heating is produced from electricity in the home. Utility gas is 37.64, wood is 6.02, and it gives you a list of 8 different fuels. The numbers are staggering. The 2021 annual report, the supplemental report, was just issued in the past couple of weeks. Shows you a number of different statistics, but some of the biggest ones were, out of the deaths that were caused in the state, 51 were from clothes dryers. Ovens and rotisseries, 45. 42 were from fans. Electrical wiring, 40. Kitchen and food equipment, 40. Other, 32. Grills, hibachis, barbecues, 31. I mean, you're talking some major numbers. It's an 88-page report. So to filter through and truly understand all of the dynamics, I'm sure would take some time, but there is very interesting statistical data on your state website with regards to electrical malfunction, electrical fires, and the safety issues that are present here in the state of Oregon.
Thank you, Jerry. Okay. Anybody have any comments or questions? Okay, I think we're on removing bathrooms from locations from dormitory units where arc fault protection is required. Any discussion of that? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. The next item, it says 210.12B, but I think it should be 10.12D. actually, because it adds 10 to the list of ampere ratings. That's in D, and it adds list item 14, similar locations, that's in B. Exception 2 regarding arc welders, that's in B, so. Oh, the 10's in there. Okay, so that one is B. Is that right, Laura? 68?
Yes, it's the new NACB.
It's the new B, but the one above it was a C, because that was.
Yes.
Okay, okay, so.
And they changed, I'm so sorry, they changed dormitory unit to bedrooms. In C,
Oh,
new C.
list. So bedrooms was in there.
Guest
They- they
rooms,
just-
guest suites, sleeping rooms, nursing
That's
homes.
C, that's now D, with C. Now D, and it's in list format,
Oh, B, okay, yeah, B is C now, right?
yeah. And bedrooms was in there before.
Oh yeah, it was dormitory unit bedrooms.
Yeah.
And they changed it just to bedrooms.
They did
Sorry.
list format, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so this item 68 is some miscellaneous revisions to B, which I think we actually thought, we think we already accepted it, but adding 10 ampere rated circuits and adding list item 14 for similar areas and an exception 2 for arc welding equipment. Similar areas is, similar locations is actually similar areas. Probably doesn't fit the style manual in terms of enforceable code. Right?
Mr. Chair, I got a little bit of concern about similar areas and similar rooms.
Yeah.
Similar to the 13 other named rooms, similar to one of those rooms or
Yeah.
or areas, or it seems like a potentially gray area for inspection. Some people might see hanging clothes up in a garage as a closet or a laundry area.
Mhm.
And if it's close to the washing machine or, I mean, there's concern there.
What were you folks thinking about?
I didn't vote for it.
Or what did people say it was for? Just in case we missed something?
It's just like the wet and damp location, just in case we missed something.
Well, they have to do better than that. What do you guys, are you,
Mr. Chair, if I'm to make an amendment, I'd like to amend that we strike 14 similar areas and 6 similar rooms off of parts B and C in 210.12.
right? So delete 14 in B and 6 in C. Well, let's see, we're working on B right now, so, and we just. We didn't actually do C, we just did the amendment to C, so, so let's finish B, so.
I oppose that.
You oppose that? Well, we want to give us a reason.
Well, what about an office? An office isn't on there. But to me, it'd be a similar area. Right? I think the similar area in there leaves some flexibility for a jurisdiction to interpret what would be needed for arc fault protection.
Mr. Chair, with the 18 inspectors that I have up in the city of Portland, they're A-level inspectors. I'd have differing opinions amongst those 18 inspectors. What a similar area or an office, I mean, for that matter, to use an office to require an AFCI. We have AFCI experience or requirements for AFCIs in offices now, or a need for that, a safety concern? Or is it just because it's a similar area to what we've already described that we want to include that as well? I just see that we can see a similar area in a lot of these things, which would open the AFCI requirement to a lot of these areas, not specifically cited right now.
Anybody else have a comment, Frank?
Now you're talking about the similar rooms and dormitory rooms, but it's, the study rooms are not on there. That could fall underneath the similar rooms.
Well, right now we're talking about dwelling units, so let's focus on item 14 on dwelling units. Just to stay on track here.
I just think that if the intent with this committee is that we require require arc fault protection for the areas of a dwelling unit that excludes the kitchen, bathroom, all those areas that we excluded, that by keeping similar areas in there, it just solidifies that. That's what the intent is to do arc fault protection for the rest of the house, excluding the areas we decide we don't want to do. I could see it being a problem with, it's a bedroom on the plans. Well, they don't want to do arc fault, so then they just change it to an office or whatever, even though it's got a closet or something like that. And it's similar in use, right? Just whether they use it for an office or they could use it for a bedroom. If we're going to do arc fault, if we're going to do arc fault requirements, I think the similar areas should be in there just to help blanket. That's what the intent is. Cover all those areas.
The bedroom portion of that, if it's got a closet and a smoke detector in it, instead of one of the plans in the bedroom. I guess a little bit of concern I have with an office, we still have had some nuisance stripping with offices, in the sense that everyday use, the office is fine, but the minute they turn on printer, computer, and then turn on the LED under counter light, I get a trip. Still had that happen.
Okay, well, I'm just saying the similar areas or whatever. I mean, their office was just one example, right? But you saw the exception for that we have for dedicated equipment that you could do. What is the exception in there? Optional dedicated outlets that supply equipment known to cause unwanted tripping. Exception number 3.
Can I ask you a question about your philosophy about this?
Yeah.
It sounds like what you would like me to say is all areas except for garages. And that's kind of what you were saying. Like if you left it out of the list, want to make sure it gets covered because I don't know what it was, but we ought to cover it anyway.
Right. That's what similar areas to me would mean. Yeah.
Well, areas to you means everything that's not on this list, but is not a garage, maybe because that's, and garages are notably missing from this list. So. But just trying to understand. And if that's really what you would like to see, maybe that's what we ought to be saying. Yeah. What about the other inspectors who, I see this as it's a bigger problem for inspectors probably than for contractors. I guess contractor will just throw it in there, but what do you guys think? Other 2 inspectors down there?
Haven't seen it.
Similar areas thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen any problem with it. That's why I'd say leave it in there.
How about you, Joe? I haven't seen any problems with it. I mean, I go either way, similar areas, but I don't think it's necessary. I think most contractors out there know. Offices, most of them arc faulted anyway, is what I'm seeing. If it's identified as arc fault. Like I said, there's a case where he had problems, but most of the residentials we see, they arc fault everything, other exceptions that we have in our amendment. Probably a bedroom anyway, that office, Okay, well, we have a motion to delete similar areas from dwelling units from B 210.12B. I think we've otherwise had accepted that section already. So all those in favor of the motion to delete this item 14 from B, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Well, let's do a hand raise. All those in favor say, raise your hand. Of deleting, in favor of deleting it, raise your hand. Opposed? 2. Well, that passes 6 to 5, so we deleted that. So we plus math plus 14. Okay. And then what about in C, in the new C, in dormitory units? Do you want to delete it there as well?
Mr. Chair, motion to delete item number 6, similar rooms from 210.12C.
Okay. We've already deleted bathrooms, right? Did we vote on that? On deleting? We didn't vote on that. So we would be amending C to remove bathrooms and similar areas.
Amended as such.
Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, yes, I have a question. I'm reading table 1E on C on guest rooms, guest suites, patient sleeping rooms. Is that what we're talking about? Because it looks like we did not adopt all of C.
Well, C is now D.
Okay.
So
all right. So we kept the old C. We just update the address on it then.
no, we haven't talked about that yet.
Okay.
Old C is now D.
All right.
Other occupancies, and we haven't got there yet.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It's pretty confusing. Hard to be clear what we're even talking about because the section numbers changed. So we're talking about the new C, which is the old B, well, dormitory units, right? Will be, yeah. So, and we're deleting bathrooms and similar areas. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Aye. Okay, so that passes. Yeah, so that's item. Wait. It's not on here, is it? Actually. Yeah.
Item 68.
And I think it's item 67. Yes.
So on that, similar rooms on dormitory units, we have a large campus over at OSU. And we have many study rooms in all the fraternities and sororities there. Not you're excluding those. And a lot of those, they're not supposed to be meant for sleeping rooms, but they are being slept in. And what we're doing is we're excluding those rooms now.
Okay. Make a motion to reconsider.
I would make a motion to reconsider.
Okay, so we have a motion to reconsider 210.12C and the deletion of list item 6. All those in favor of reconsidering, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, so it's on the table. Now you can make a motion on that.
I'd like to make a motion to keep it as it is, the similar rooms.
Okay, for the reasons you gave. Okay, discussion, Mike?
Just wondering, what if we were just to do a list item study rooms instead? I agree with you. They're sleeping in those rooms.
Most of my sleep.
So why don't we just add study rooms to the list?
That work for you?
Yeah.
Through Chair, I support that. That definitely helps us out. The last couple dormitory type units we saw installed up in the city of Portland were not actually fraternities, sororities, anything. They were hostels. Didn't have any study areas. But if you had a concern about study areas, I would like to see that added as well.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so are you keeping track of this, Laura? I'm having a hard time figuring out how to put it on the list, that's all. It doesn't quite fit in which item is this? I think it's 67. And what we just did is we amended 6 instead of deleting it. So,
Chair, if I could just, a second here to speak to what we're going through here, guys. It's going to be imperative that we as a group review the work that Laura does.
yes.
She's got a very hard job trying to keep track of what we're doing here. And I've done this long enough. Inevitably, there's an I missed or a T missed being crossed here or there. But do a double check. So when we come back to these meetings, we catch it. She's not going to intentionally do anything, but I promise you there'll be something that in there that we need to catch and fix, or otherwise it goes into ink for the whole state.
Sure. And I think that there's just yeah, so I think what we didn't get, Laura, was a revised table 1E until today, actually at the meeting.
Yeah.
So maybe if we could get that out as soon as you can, so we have a chance to do what Mike just said, that would really be helpful. Because that's really what he's talking about is, did it get captured in table 1E correctly? And because I was looking in your last email about this meeting, I was looking for that in the attachments and it wasn't there. So that would, if you can get it done in time, that would help. Okay, so we're now up to item 69, which is 210.12C, which is now D. Okay, and what we did is we didn't adopt any of that section previously, right? The whole thing. And did anything happen in D other than putting it in list format? No, it's this one.
That's
Yes,
here's D.
yeah, I think it just got put in list format. Maybe defined a little bit with those areas. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Stone, NEMA. Yeah, I'm looking at all the changes here. I believe that the 2023 under what's now D, I believe they did add item number 3 for sleeping quarters in fire stations, police stations, ambulance stations, so on and so forth, in similar locations. Okay. So I believe that was added, but my NEMA's proposal was to add back in guest rooms and guest suites of hotels and motels, as well as patient sleeping rooms in nursing homes and limited care facilities. And, you know, with the hotels and motels, those are transient occupancy, so people aren't going to be as aware of their surroundings when they're sleeping. And with the, of course, with the nursing homes and limited care facilities, those are vulnerable people in those sleeping areas. So my proposal was to add those back in. I did not address the item, what's the new item number 3 in the 2023. So I don't know if you want to consider those separately or not, but we would like to see the hotels, motels, and care facilities added back in.
Okay.
Those are vulnerable folks that really should be protected. Thank you.
Does anybody remember why we did this? Why we didn't include those previously?
We talked extensively about they're wired differently. If I recall correctly. We also talked about nuisance treatment.
And the overcurrent devices are not necessarily, dark field devices aren't necessarily accessible.
Yeah, they're not accessible.
Yeah, right.
These area, through the chair, these areas also are normally have fire alarms and that in these type of areas, you know, also for protection. So.
Thank you.
Sean Hagan. That's exactly what I was going to state. The key so eloquently did is their supervised occupancies.
Yeah. Lee Bag Hotel that just got shut down in Springfield. I think it was very supervised. Okay, what do you guys want to do? Your motion.
A motion to carry forward the amendment.
Okay. Including the new area.
Well,
Sub
based
three.
upon, yeah, based upon the chief, Sean's.
Yeah, so again, it would be just to not adopt the whole section. Okay, any discussion? Yeah,
Just, I'm a little confused on what we're voting on. So just to be clear, we're voting on D, other occupancies, could get rid of the whole section in its entirety.
that's what we did last time, yeah. It's similar language. It's, as Mike pointed out, it's added one more to the list item and it's put it in list format, but it's the same.
Which number 3, they added sleeping quarters and fire stations, police stations and so on.
That's what the motion is. Yeah.
Make sure I understand.
Okay. Nobody got any comments? I guess we're ready to vote. All those in favor of carrying forward the amendment to not adopt what is now section D of 210.12, say aye. Opposed? Okay. Let's see. Well, there's another item here, added the 10 amperes to the, oh, I see, yeah, item 71 is we add revised text for clarity and to align with 210.12a, added 10 ampere to branch circuit requirements, correlate with other sections and clarified patient sleeping room and nursing. Well, we just decided not to adopt that anyway, so. Now 72. So confusing. We just did this. Revised text with clarity for occupancy to other occupancies. Clarify that additions. Okay, well, that's the same thing we just decided not to do anyway, so, okay. And then organ amendment removes guest rooms and guest suites specified, it's the same thing. We just did that too, okay. I think we're ready for 74. That's the one we just said no to. Now we're ready for 75, which is F. We don't have any amendments to E, to the branch circuit extensions. Believe it. Yeah, we do have amendments to E.
Yes, it was D.
It was D, so that isn't the one we acted on. Okay. Oh, gosh, I see. Okay.
D is now F.
Okay. D is now E.
I'm sorry, D is E, yeah.
Yeah.
So 72 should be E, not D. Okay, so we didn't act on those. So E has, in the model code, it says it was revised for text for clarity to align with 210.12a and added 10 ampere branch circuit requirement. I don't see that. Sure that that's right. Okay. 10 amp circuits. In E? Yeah, I think D we already did. Maybe that was that was. So what's missing from the matrix then is the model code changes in E, which there really weren't any, I guess.
That's because there wasn't an E before.
I'll add it to 74.
Well, there aren't any, but what's missing from the matrix, I think, is the amendments to E, which were previously the amendments to D. But in the matrix, it's called E, but I mean, in the table 1E, but I don't see it on the matrix.
But Mike's addressing it, but not ours.
Oh, that's the exceptions for, and then add patient sleeping rooms in nursing homes. So this has got two different things in it, right? Okay, so what we have in item 7.4 is a request to not carry forward the amendments to 210.12e, and that what's not on the matrix is the amendments to 210.12e. So we need to go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Stone, NEMA. Yes, NEMA's proposal is to ask the committee to go back to the model code language for existing circuits or extensions or modifications of existing circuits. And that's frankly where you find a lot of arc fault problems that are existing that you don't know about it because the wires haven't burned up yet. So that's, it's a pretty important application of AFCI protection. And also there was there's I believe it's a new provision in the 2023 that it says that if on circuits where the wiring is extended not more than 6 feet, that you don't have to require AFCI protection. And that was changed to say that that's 6 foot measurement. It doesn't include wires inside of enclosures. So basically that means if you had a service change and you had to use the existing location as a junction box and you had the new service next to it, you could actually measure the piece of raceway in between the two enclosures. If it's not more than 6 feet, you're okay. You don't have to worry about it. So that was a bit of a change and relaxed. It didn't just say 6 feet of conductor. It was, so anyway, again, that we're asking that section go back to the model code language.
Okay, thank you. Not new though. 6 foot thing is not new. Was added.
It was in 210.12e, the new E exception, and it says that the last sentence of the exception says this measurement shall not include the conductors inside an enclosure, cabinet, or junction box. So that basically are saying you measure the raceway in between the length of the boxes. Or
so Nathan, through the chair.
I know, but I'm looking at the 2020 code and I'm reading these words. It's in an exception. Measurement shall not include the conductors inside an enclosure cabinet.
2020.
2020.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was. I thought it was the new 2020.
And it's not highlighted in here in the 23. That's why what made me wonder. Okay. We already didn't adopt it anyway. What?
It was a new section. It had the.
Yeah, it was D. Got renumbered. Yeah. I just was stuck on that, except we didn't adopt that exception anyway, because we didn't adopt the requirements. So. Okay, thank you for that, Mike. What do we want to do with this, folks? We've got our amendment is, see, they've got wiring extensions or replacements.
So Nathan, This is, we didn't have any limitation on the length of an extension or a modification. And so the new code, the NEC, took part of that and put a length on it. I'm not sure that we want to restrict that length to the 6 feet. This has been working well. And then the exception number 2 had to do with the replacement of a service or panel board that we didn't require arc fault. Again, the circuitry, a lot of the old circuitry is wired in such a way that arc faults won't work. And there were some issues with that. So again, what we have in place here has worked pretty well.
Okay. Okay. What do you want? What do you folks want to do? Leave it alone, or do you want to go to the model code or something else? I prefer we move this forward, bring this forward again. We may need to accept that A1 through A6 works. A1 is 1 through 6.
This is E.
Yeah, in E, but list item 1. Double check those sections are right. That'd still be right.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, because it references.
So the previous cycle talked about branch circuit extensions or modifications. And now it talks about branch circuit wiring extensions, modifications, or replacements. And in our exception, which says extension or modifications of existing circuits shall not require the installation of AFCI protection. If we leave it like it is, then replacements would require AFCI protection.
Yes.
And that I don't know, that would be like unless we affirmatively do that, it's sort of an unintended consequence of the model code adding replacement. And if we say that replacement, extensions or modifications of existing circuits or replacement don't require installation of AFCI protection, then what's the point of this whole section? We're saying it's required if it's modified, but it's not required. So that makes sense to me. We're saying, sort of saying we're not adopting the whole thing in a way, unless I'm missing something. But the first question is, do we want our exception to apply to replacements as well as extensions and modifications? A replacement means you replace the entire circuit and all of the wiring in it. So what would be the problem with the existing wiring then? There isn't any. Right? Yeah. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. But what's the sense here? Are we generally in favor of carrying forward this amendment, but maybe clean it up a little bit? Anybody not agree with that? Okay, so I guess, do we want to make it clear that replacements still require the installation of AFCI protection? If that's the case, then our exception sort of makes sense. Now we're saying if you extend it or modify it, you don't have to do it, but if you replace it, you do. Yeah. And then we're also saying if you're doing a service change, you don't have to start AFCI protecting things. It's possible to bid a service change, I think, if you did that. Well, what do you have to do? Okay, so then I guess that what we're voting on is the amendments to 210.12.e, and the way they're the way it's depicted in the table 1E, I think is what we're talking about. And the exception, the existing exception is deleted because it says it's not required where the extension is not more than 6 feet, because we're not requiring it under extensions of any length. So if you look at table 1E, what's in table 1E for 212.E is the correct, I believe, application of carrying forward our previous amendments. I think that's what we're voting on. Everybody got that? Any questions? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, that carries, and that is also saying no to not doing that. So
are we just striking the word replacements then?
no, we're saying if you're replacing it, then you'd have to protect it. Because it's all new wiring, so you should be able to install it in a way that the device won't trip. But if you're extending or modifying it, then you've got the old wiring in there, and who knows what you're going to find.
I gotcha. Yeah.
I think that works because of the way the exception was previously written. It actually makes sense now. Okay, phew, got through that. Oh wait, now there's an F, but there isn't an F.
We didn't adopt.
Well, there 10.12F in the matrix.
What?
There is no 210.12F. Added a section to address sleeping quarters in first responder locations. That is part of D.
That's B3, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and some of these things are like this because the way they were in the list that Laura was working from was not the final edited version of the NEC, and that had been a new section called F, and then they moved it up into D or something, so that's why it doesn't even exist. But I think we already voted not to do that. So. Okay, now we're up to 13. Handout 13, groundfall protection of equipment. And what did we do? We raised it from .600 stand. We raised it from 600. Well, from 600 volts to 1,000 volts. Yeah. That's all we really did. Yeah. Oh, was it 1,000? Yeah,
That's what it's for, but it's, you're right, it goes from 600 volts to 1,000 volts, and we added the word disconnected.
Yeah, okay, that's kind of a no-brainer. Any discussion of that one, 210.13? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Part of the general, getting the voltages aligned. 210.17, guest rooms and guest suites. I'll have branch circuits installed to meet the rotate. Okay. Anybody have heartburn with this? It's pretty bad language. What does that mean, to meet the rules for dwelling units? Do they mean like 210.52 or what do they mean?
Well, it's
all the rules?
Yeah, and if you have a dwelling unit, you're required to put a washer circuit in, right?
Yeah, right.
Oh, how do you put a washer circuit in a guest room?
But that was already there, wasn't it?
Or 2 kitchen circuits.
But this is existing language. All they did was really put it into list format. They said in hotels, motels, and assisted living facilities.
Yeah.
So I guess no one's submitted a PI about why it didn't work yet.
Yeah.
So. I'm writing that one.
Yeah.
I know what's done it. Okay, all those in favor of the modifications to 210.17, say aye. Opposed?
Approved model code. Approved model code. Approved model code.
Okay, 210.18. Revised text to read shall not. And I think that's it. I think that's in the exception. Yeah. And in exception two, to provide 10 ampere branch circuits from supplying receptacle loads. And that coordinates with the stuff in 240, I think, 10 ampere. So yeah, this is where we're going to start seeing more of these 10 amp. Interesting though, the wire size, if you look in, it's in 240, that it's still if it's copper, it's still a number 14 wire, even though it's on 10 amp. That'll probably be the next cycle. Okay, so that was that one. That was 78. 79 is 23A. More 10 ampere stuff. Having the 10 ampere branch circuit. And they created these big new tables. There's a 21024, 1 and 2. Okay, any issues on allowing these 10 ampere branch circuits for just 23? So tells you what you can use them for, how they have to comply. Really mostly for lighting. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? 10.24. More stuff on the 10 amp circuits. And creates these new tables that give you some details on the wire sizes and all that. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Okay, now we go to our favorite section, 210.52. What kind of mess happened in 210.52? Tell us what happened here. I looked at it and I couldn't. Never can understand anything. Let's see, let's start with 52A2. And we have revised text around the receptacles along wall space behind stationary appliances to clarify that it's not included in the wall space. So that's okay, so it's unbroken by a doorway or a stationary appliance. So that would mean like you don't have to include the area behind the refrigerator as usable. Okay. Did I get that? All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, then we have in B1, we have an exception 1. Clarify that it is permitted and not required. Also permitted to be certain. Is that whole shall be permitted instead of exception 1. We're on item 82. Any discussion? All those in favor, you ready to vote? She need a minute? Okay. We need to take the time to get it right, so. It's just so we can have a- Yeah. Well, it's just, they really just rephrased the exception before, it just said that receptacle solely. It's not really a sentence. So they just said shall be permitted. Just, it really is a style manual thing. It's just, there was all that, remember all that stuff? Identify things that weren't sentences. Okay, all those in favor of item 82, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 252C, revised to retain 2020 language for multi-outlet assemblies and added an exception to address installations where there may be an obstruction such as a window over a counter. C. I guess it's just, is it the whole section or is it just the charging statement? Because there's a C2. Oh, these are amendments. I guess it's the whole section.
So the big news out of two for this was all this battle we've had over island plugs.
Yeah.
Forever. Quantity and number and where all just got thrown out in bathwater.
Because now you don't even have to put one on there?
No, you don't even have to put one on the island. Provide a means for it. But that brings up another interesting question, which we've got a TI out.
Accessibility stuff.
For accessibility stuff, for when people with disabilities do want one on an island. Code basically says it has to be up. That limits people with ADA disabilities to be able to reach it, so we need it down. There's a big conflict in two going around.
Didn't you get appointed to chair that little task group?
No, I didn't. I mean, I don't know what's happening with it. I haven't been.
I thought I saw.
So if we do something here, Oregon might want to be at the forefront to address people with disabilities being able to have their plug below the countertop. The whole intent was things plugged on an island below the countertop. Kids could come by and grab that cord, or someone would hook a pan of hot oil or whatever's frying and drag it off the countertop and create more of a hazard than having the outlet not there. So, but if we do an island, so you can do an island with a backsplash or something above it, or pop-ups. Pop-ups don't allow the people that can't reach them to reach them. So, conundrum. Is that?
Okay, well, we are on 210.52C, which was revised to retain the, I don't even know what this means really. Maybe you can explain this, Mike. Revised to retain the 2020 language for multi-outlet assemblies. So where's that? Multi-outlet.
Yeah, I'm not seeing.
Could be anywhere in C. So. We get renumbered or anything, does it? And then it says that it added an exception to address installations where there may be an obstruction, such as a window over a counter. Okay, I see that. That's an exception to C1. Where's that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was added in the last cycle. Okay, Well, I think we're okay with approving line item 83. Because that's basically just that exception when you can't install it because there's a window in the way. If a way around that. Any discussion of that? All those in favor say aye. Okay. And now we have our Oregon amendments, and I don't know if they're still relevant or not. Changed, so. One of them is on C2. We C2 got largely rewritten, so is our amendment even relevant?
Nope. Prior years, it was based upon square footage of the island was the number of receptacles you had to have.
Yeah.
We amended it to say, no, you only need one, no matter what size.
Okay. And then what about this peninsular countertop shall be measured from the connected perpendicular wall? That doesn't matter anymore either, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so then the motion would be to not adopt the 2021 OESC language for C2.
I would assume so. Unless this, I mean, so we have to decide if we want to put an outlet and where we're going to put the outlet. We're not going to put an outlet. The model code says you have to provide a means or provision for someone to provide the outlet later. So it can be done. And I'm fine with that. I'm the one that wanted to make sure that that provision was put in there.
That you had to have a means.
They had to have a means for the next homeowner to add it if they wanted to add it.
Right.
I want to figure out the ADA thing though.
Yeah.
Model code doesn't do that.
Well, it's.
Or we can hope that a TIA will, but right now it's not getting a lot of traction.
Yeah. I saw that the task group was appointed to address that. That it's sort of they're mutually exclusive propositions. If you do one, you can't do the other. Yes, go ahead.
Jim Emlo. Thank you. It seems to me that it's always been in there that they are handicap adaptable. Continuing on with where you were going with this, Mike, that they can put it in after the fact, whether it's going to be for handicap or not. I can see the pros and cons on both of these that are going to be a problem. But if they're handicapped adaptable, we already have to build that into units. If they do that, are we not already covering it? We can address it that way. As long as they have a means to provide them a receptacle, which is going to change it. But again, we still have some of the old language that says where the designer, the installer, or the electrician wants to put them is still an option for them.
We would need to write that in.
I don't disagree with that, but I'm just trying to say the handicap adaptable should take care of both those in my suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think I'm, in a sense, repeating what Mike said, but there's no indication here on where that receptacle is to be installed. A few months ago, I walked into a house and a receptacle was provided for the island, but it was down like 15 inches from the floor. And there you have a long cord coming down, where my first thought is, why isn't that up closer to the countertop? But yet there was nothing that I could write on where that receptacle should be in a reference.
Well, in the new 23 language, it says receptacle outlets, if installed to serve an island or peninsular countertop or work surface, shall be installed in accordance with 21052C3. And 3 tells you either above or on the surface of, or using an outlet assembly. So I think that they maybe solved that problem.
And Jim, you would have had 3 before for 12 inches with countertop edge before.
Okay.
Okay, so what we're talking about right now is item number 84, which is the Oregon Amendment to 250-52C2. And we think that that's no longer necessary because they rewrote the model code that obviated it. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
So this is not to adopt, right?
Yeah, this is a not to adopt. Okay, then we have the amendment to 250-52D, which is we added unless prohibited in 406(9)(c). This is the bathroom thing that you were talking about last time, Brian, is that right? The bathrooms that are, all right?
Bathroom, shower, yeah.
The bathroom is the shower.
Mhm.
It's 406(9). Now, these are receptacles in damp locations. So we're saying unless it's prohibited in 406. C. This one should be, okay, that, I get it. That's, yeah. We gotta take a potty break, so you can do whatever you want.
You didn't appoint me.
I didn't give you the chair.
You didn't give me the chair, so I didn't do anything.
You want to carry that amendment to 52D forward? I think that worked pretty well for you. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, and now we have our exception to E3, which is the balconies or decks. It's a change in the model code. Oh. We said decks or porches located at grade level with an area less than 20 square feet are not required to have additional receptacle. And located above grade level, the depth of less than 1 foot are not required to have an additional receptacle installed. This was our, what do they call those things?
Portage.
Juliet porches.
Juliet, yeah.
Yeah.
Motion carried.
Put in a PI on those Juliet porches, but it didn't get adopted.
On that one, I have had some issues with where they measured the 1 foot. Like from the inside of the Juliet balcony to the wall or into the sliding door, which, you know, gives you a couple of inches of play. That's my only concern on that one. If there was a datum line or something that we could, you know, agree on.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we also talked about this up in the city and have been asked this a number of times. Where do we measure from? And we came down with the fact that when we see these Juliet balconies or recognize that there's a problem or concern, it's usually on rough and they don't have any railings or anything like that. They wanted to measure it from inside the railing, inside to the thing. And really the only thing we have is basic framing construction for measurement. So we see an edge of a wall and an edge of the outside edge of the deck. That's a foot or less. This exception apply. If it's more than that, it doesn't apply.
Okay. So
Meaning that we're using rough-in construction,
I get
rough-in
it, yeah.
measurements to do.
But what about so the curtain wall, exterior curtain wall is installed at that point, probably. Yeah. Okay, so so you'd say it'd be 1 foot or less measured from the outside of the exterior wall to the outside of the deck.
If it's 1 foot or less, it doesn't need
Yeah.
an outside receptacle.
Or less are not required. Okay.
So you're talking about maybe like a cantilever framing out, right?
Or it's built into the structure itself.
Right. So,
We have a vertical wall and then the edge of the deck.
so I think what he's asking first is to define in the definition that it's from the outside wall, not from the window's edge.
That's what I just said, from the outside of the wall to the outside of the deck,
Yes.
not to the railing,
Yes.
because the railing's not there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Will that help you?
Yeah.
We could definitely benefit from a measurement definition.
Okay, Laura, you got that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So we'll table that.
No,
Same language?
I think we'll just check it on when we get to table, we're just amending it. We're amending the second exception.
Adding measurement language, moving it forward.
It'll just say decks or porches located above grade level with a depth of 1 foot or less measured from the outside of the wall to the outside of the deck are not required to have an additional receptacle installed. Okay. Okay, all those in favor of moving these forward as amended, say aye. Aye. Grace? Okay, now we have in the NEC 250-52G. And what did they add? Receptacle supplying only a permanently installed premises security system should not be considered as meeting these requirements. Okay. Okay, the inspector had a hard time convincing somebody that didn't count, so we got it stuck in the code. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. 250-52I. This is the Foyers thing. Foyers are not part of that. What we did is we didn't adopt anything to do with foyers, and we called it an alcove. And then we defined it. That worked okay for everybody?
No complaints.
No complaints. Okay, Jim?
I guess it's more of a semantic type thing. Jim Emlow.
Say your name for the record, please. Jim, could you?
Can't we put this at the,
Say your name for the record.
I did, Jim Emlow. Can't we put this into Article 100? Is it too late now to transfer this back and where the definitions go to the beginning of the OESC, where we've had a couple other definitions for fire equipment, that type of thing? It is an actual definition. Please.
Well, the second paragraph is a definition. The first paragraph is not. Yeah, we could do that, I guess. I mean, I agree, that's where it should be.
What we're replacing is right there next to it.
I don't know, what do you mean?
Well, foyers. We're not really changing anything, but calling a foyer an alcove, and it's right together. I mean, will it get lost if we move alcove to to another area?
Well, I mean, if there's anything else, the second paragraph, which defines what an alcove is, would be a definition, not a enforceable code. Probably so that it's all in one. I mean, if you said something like areas in dwelling units that extend from and return to a common well, blah, 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 shall have at least one receptacle installed. You could make it just part of the code language and then it wouldn't be a definition. I'm not sure that would make it more usable, but I can do that for you if you want. Anybody cares. And it is a little untidy. It does bothers me slightly.
Yeah, I agree with Jim. I think we should put alcoves and alcoves in the definitions.
Yeah.
And then put this, cross out foyers and put the language what we want for an alcove.
Well, the first paragraph of this amendment would remain.
Yes.
The title would be alcoves and it would say what's required. The next sentence, it would say you would
The definitions.
you would delete the as using the subsection and just say definition of alcove, an area extending from or returning to.
Right, but move it to
But
definitions.
move it to Article 100. Okay, that's what you want to do?
That's what I want to do.
Okay. Okay, everybody want to do that? Anybody object to that? Okay, because we used alcoves somewhere else, right? Previously, we were talking about this, and I was complaining that it wasn't defined.
AFCI.
Yeah, where was that? That was in
AFCI, wasn't it?
AFCI or?
Wasn't it AFCI?
Or GFCI was one of them. I was talking about alcoves, yeah. Okay, so so this moves to 100 and this, okay. Okay. So we're not going to adopt the section on foyers. We are going to add the section on alcoves, but move the definition to amend to definitions. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Any questions about that, Laura?
Nope, I got it.
Okay, if you need some help on rewriting that second paragraph so it fits the style manual for definitions, let us know. Can't use the defined term in the definition. Got an expert over here from panel 1. Thanks, John, for help. He knows all about it. 21063. Equipment requiring servicing. And we have an amendment here where we said that an additional receptacle outlet shall not be required to be installed when replacing existing HVAC equipment if a receptacle is located at on the same level and within 75 feet. What I'm seeing now is these HVAC disconnects with a receptacle built into it. I don't know how they're doing that exactly, but that is when mine changed, and that's what.
On most of those, we're pulling an extra circuit
with
to do that, to take care of it.
Jim
Imlaw. Okay, this is an exception that I suggested many years ago. This came from the 1962 code, which is 60 some years ago. I think it's time for the 75-foot length to disappear. There should be none of that equipment left after that many years.
Well, the 25-foot has been in there since 62?
The 75 was put in 1962. I believe it was 1996 that we got to the 25-foot rule.
Well, that's the time that you would be measuring from, 96, 30 years ago, right?
It's still a long ways away. I think it's time for the 75. And with more and more of our tools being battery powered, even if they're going to be pumping down an HVAC for the gases or anything else, I think a lot of that is portable now. And so the equipment for 25 feet has been in there a long time.
I want to delete the whole section.
I want to delete exception 2, the 75-foot rule in the Oregon Electrical Specialty Code.
I don't think that's what's happening.
When you speak of, cordless tools, kind of speaking in favor of leaving that 75.
Not really.
It's difficult sometimes for us. We do service a lot of old air conditioners, and if there's not a plug.
Do they go back to 1962?
Huh?
Oh, yeah. Well, the rule is that the plug has to be within 25 feet.
Right.
And the Oregon amendment says, no, you can put it within 75 feet if it's an old one. You're saying if it's
an existing one is what it was written.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And so if you think that, I don't understand why you'd want to get rid of the exception. Seems like you'd want to get rid of the base code, 25-foot rule.
Not really, but I just think that
Okay, well,
it's based on the old code of why we allowed, because everybody in that point of time, they carried a 100-foot cord.
Oh, I
Now
see.
they don't.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other discussion on our amendment to 21063A?
Russ here. Mr. Chair, I did get a heating contractor reach out to me and ask that 25-foot thing go away because they do use cordless stuff all the time. That's the only thing.
I'm to submit a PI.
That's what I told him.
Nice. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adopting 210.23A, 63A amendment, say aye. Aye. Carries. Now we have 210.65, which we didn't adopt because we didn't like the lack of clarity in what a meeting room is.
You didn't change a thing.
Like they did some list formatting maybe. Well, do we still think this is possibly difficult to comply with? Or excessively difficult?
You think it would be difficult to comply with it?
I mean, not difficult, but take a lot. And we could do it. I think my problem with it was that it, based on my experience in these big meeting rooms, is it doesn't really solve the problem. Anyway, any discussion? All those in favor of carrying forward the Oregon amendment to 21065, which is to not adopt it, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, 210.70. Revised to add language that if a wall mount switch is battery operated and the battery fails, the lights need to be energized and illuminated. That is a product standard issue.
I think that we use those little Lutron, you know, the battery ones that you mount to the wall. We use those in different applications, and this would really eliminate that option as, and sometimes that's the only option you have. And we haven't had any issues with it. Wasn't any issue, you know, any problems with those at all.
What are the manufacturers doing about this one? The lighting guys part of your world, Nima?
I think there was a TIA on this, but memory's failing me. I think there's a TIA. Like,
Give them
wasn't there
some-
a TIA?
Yeah, there was a T.
Give them some time to comply. Is that the idea?
Not anyway, but there was a T.
I think it failed too.
Was a T. Never changed. Right. I'm just giving you information. I think whatever happened during the there was something that was changed that basically pushed out type of technology, a switch. Manufacturer, not us. Guy was, well, submitted, I'm not sure if it was approved.
Okay, I think we should table this then. See what's going on with it, because it sounds like it's a product standard put in the code to get the manufacturers to build it, but if they haven't built it yet, we should adopt it. And that's probably what the TIA did. I'm sorry. Okay, so we'll table this one. So now in A1 of 210.70, revised text add laundry areas to the list for required elimination and revise the title to reflect additional areas. Just one lighting outlet controlled in accessory buildings. In dwelling units, or in dwelling units. Okay, let's see what do we have here. So we're looking at the changes to 210.70 A1, which requires lighting in laundry, lighting outlet, controlled lighting outlet in a laundry area, which wasn't in there before. So it's probably a pretty good idea. You don't want to see your clothes. I didn't know that it wasn't required already. So, okay, it's a habitable room after all. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries. Okay, now we go to A2, which was limited the use of dimmers on lighting outlets over stairways. Is that? Oh, installed for interior stairways, 6 or more risers. Oh, here it is. It's sub item 4. Permitted. Okay. This means you have to have the ability to get to the full level of brightness at each location.
Mr. Chair, I fought this one a little bit, in the sense that we had the issue is egress out of a home. And we do a lot of custom homes that they put artwork or niche work in the stairway. And we want to put it in on a dimmer. And I wanted an exception that if there was a 3-way doing a normal lighting source, that we could still have the dimmers. This doesn't necessarily, this says anything in the stairway can't be on a dimmer.
If those are, I guess the question is, what is interior stairway illumination? Not include lighting. That's what you wanted to say.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's an inspector's call at that point.
Is that what you would want to say, excluding accent lighting?
Something of that nature.
Option lighting. What do you inspectors think about this question? Jim?
Well, I think I didn't quite hear what you said, but I think in the case where Mike is talking about, it's not illumination that's provided for the stairway steps. And if you have illumination for the stairway steps, other than that dimmer light for a decorative piece of equipment, then I don't see a conflict.
Looking like a true electrician.
Yeah.
Hard as equipment.
Yeah.
Well, how about you, Brian? Would you have any trouble with that one in Portland?
On the same lines, if we had the mandatory lighting already there, additional lighting tax and mention to something.
Okay. So, okay. That's on the record, you know. You call them if you have a problem. Well, I'm sure the chief would agree with this too. So, well, there's some other things that happened in here. There's this new exception for a grade level bulkhead door, whatever that is, where you put the light. Yes, that's probably okay. So we're talking about the changes to 210.70A2. Do we have any issues with that? Other change, any of the other changes?
Nathan, through the chair, there is a change requiring on each level, on a landing, would have to have a switch also. I think it's part of the.
Yeah, it's 3. It's in 3.
Yeah, and I don't know what the reasoning is. It just adds an additional 3-way or 4-way switch.
Well, only if there's a stairway entry at that location. So you got to read the last part of the sentence.
You're right. Okay.
And then it does make sense.
Then it makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, anything else? Hearing none. All those in favor of 210.70A2, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Right, well, we got through 210 and we did it in one meeting, so that's really good. 10 minutes to spare. Leaves us 10 minutes up on.
What did we do with that list?
Which list?
Oh, it was on, I'm sorry, I was looking it up. It's D 210.8D, where we had a list
Oh, the
of
appliance,
GS.
the appliances?
Yeah, and I did look back into 422.5A, and most of those items are also in 422.5A.
Yeah.
So
What we did,
I don't know.
tabled it, and Mike, who's the chair of
Oh,
17,
gotcha.
422, is going to write a proposed amendment to kind of make sense out of those two sections, so they're correlated a little better, and we're not, and it's consistent with our other rules that we've adopted. So we'll bring it back to the next meeting with a proposal for us.
Okay, thanks.
Well, I think we're done then. Unless there's anything anybody wants to do, we'll pick it up wherever we ended last time. I don't know. Yeah, chapter 4, I guess.